Hello everyone and welcome back to a glorious day, another glorious day here of racing in Bahrain. It's the second of the two-day Crown Prince's Cup Festival, which celebrates both quality and competition. And 24 hours ago, I think it's fair to say that competition was the buzzword when the Turf Series rolled into town, the Howen Cup for the sprinters and the Anchorman Cup for the middle distance horses. Some wonderful competition on show across those two races. Now today, we switch maybe to something that little more traditional, and race 6 today is your feature race. It is the Crown Prince's Cup, worth $200,000 US, 2,000 meters is the test. And when you look at some of the key contenders, flawless this year, Crack King, High Royal, who is, despite not running yesterday, atop the middle distance Turf Series standings, and last year's King's Cup winner, Sovereign Spirit. Really, really strong horses strutting their stuff a few hours from now. It's fair to say the ingredients is there for a very special horse race at 6:30.
The Crown Prince's outside, Hooker Dolphin, Sovereign Spirit travels well, the red and black jacket just missing, with a confident looking Callum Shepherd heading out, picked up. Sovereign Spirit is the one to be caught. Phantom Flight is the one trying to catch Sovereign Spirit. Phantom Flight has got there, and Callum expressed himself in style.
And that's what we're going to be playing for a little bit later. Very much looking forward to seeing how the Crown Prince's Cup unfolds at 6:30 today. We've been treated to some superstar horses winning it in recent years. Looking, of course, no bigger than 2 years ago, Isle of Jura, who was en route to winning the Triple Crown out here. And last year, Phantom Flight rather wowed us. We were here 24 hours ago and delighted to be joined in the company once again of Meg Nichols. Meg, welcome back. Yesterday was great, wonderful competition. And although we're sort of shorter on numbers today in some of the big races, the quality's right there, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And I think that's really telling. You know, big fields yesterday for a slightly lower grade. We stepped things up once again for this evening's racing. Slightly smaller, but arguably as, if not more competitive. And obviously our feature, the Crown Prince's Cup, is looking set to be a thriller. Yeah,
absolutely fabulous, whichever way you look at it. And I was coming round to the idea earlier that I thought Crack King could be the answer. Then I thought, hang on a minute, High Royal's bringing this brilliant Turf Series form. He's routing them in that division. Is he the answer for you?
Yeah, he's the easy go-to High Royal, isn't he? I suppose he's taken well to life over here. Seems to have been revived a little bit. But also, I don't mind the angle of him stepping back up in trip. Now, I think the key to High Royal is he's got a high cruising speed, he's got class as well. He might just have the edge over one or two of these with that turn of foot he still does have. One or two, I think Crack King maybe falls into the sort of category of this could be on the sharp side. They'd want a real stamina test to see their sort of best attributes shine through.
Well, they've got, of course, the next leg to the Triple Crown as well, Sheikh Nasser's Cup mid-February, and then into early March, and the King's Cup progressively stepping up in trip, but you won't be getting away with it as regards competition. It's deep all the way through. A quick word on one of your favourite horses who runs in the Bahrain Mile Race 5, up against No Retreat, Byline, the star local horse.
He is. He's just been incredible, a multiple winner year on year. It's his optimum trip, loves it round here. I think on the international market, he's not favourite, and I understand No Retreat's going to try and close that gap and go past him this time around, but Byline is not easy to go by. No. When he's on a going day round here, he's the king of the track. He
is indeed. The Kublers have got crack skiing in the big race later. They had, and of course Byline as well, they had a winner yesterday with Up the Pace in the Turf Series. We enjoyed it yesterday, as indeed out and about Ali Vance, who's back for more. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Nick. Yeah, lovely to be here, and what a gorgeous afternoon it is. Not a cloud in the sky, the racecourse glistening in the sunshine. The first few races, of course, will be run in the daylight, and then the sun goes down. You get that wonderful golden hour before the lights go on and the atmosphere really ramps up towards the end of the card when we've got those big races to look forward to. Now, the two-day festival, yesterday we were on the inner track. Today we've moved to the outer track. This ground has been saved. We haven't raced on the outer track since the 9th of January 3 weeks ago, so there's a really decent grass cover, really good thatch, and the going is fast all over. It's good to firm. This is the outer track that they use for the Bahrain International Trophy. Some say there may be a bit of a bias towards the stand side in the straight course for the sprints, but the stalls will be in the middle, which kind of eliminates any of that bias. But the course is looking fantastic. We've got a wonderful card in prospect, and it's a defining day. Yesterday, I suppose, was more about the international horses with those two Turf Series races, but today is an important day for the local trainers with the Crown Prince's Cup, hugely prestigious. There's the Arabian race, there's the imported race, which we'll be talking about in more detail, and of course the local bred Crown Prince's Cup, one of the most sought after prizes here for the local trainers. So it's a really big day, plenty to look forward to. 8 races this afternoon, and to take us through those races and mark our card, here's our big race commentator, Darren Owen.
Thank you, Ali, and a warm welcome to you all on a Crown Prince's Cup day. This the Crown Prince's Cup, then the highlight, that's the Group 3 race. We've got the Crown Prince's Cup for the locals as well as the addition for the Arabian breds. And I suppose today it's about matches as well, because we've got Byline versus No Retreat, Galatia versus Phoenix, and in the Derby, South China Sea versus Barak. Of course, they're not 2-horse races, but they are the horses that are under the spotlight on the international market. So a wonderful card to look forward to. Good to firm ground. 8 races on Crown Prince's Cup Day and Derby Day. Let's have a look at the programme. First race of the day is our first Crown Prince's Cup, and this is brought to you by Sabako. This is for the Arabian breds. Lots of horses coming here in form. On to race number 2, the Bahrain Turf Club Cup. Features Zeal, a warm order favourite on the international market, a horse who's 8 from 9, and this horse's only defeat came at the hooves of Son of Zeus, who's in the lineup today. On to race number 3. This is a race for the imported thoroughbreds. They're going down the straight 1,000 metres. The 4th race is the HOWDEN Cup, and the HOWDEN Cup is run over the straight 1,200 metre course, with Chandigarh out to win again, having won the Al Rifa Cup over 1,200 earlier on in the season. 5th race is the Bahrain Mile, brought to you by BBK, sponsored by BBK over the mile. And here we see No Retreat and Byline, those two in the lineup meeting once again. The 6th race is the big one. This is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's Cup, sponsored by Sabaka. It's over 2,000 metres, Group 3 action. You've heard from the team. Sovereign Spirit top in the international markets, second in the race last year to Fan Phantom Flight. There's no George Scott in the field this year with Phantom Flight and Isla Jura winning the race in the last 2 years. But Sovereign Spirit went on, of course, to win the King's Cup last season. 7th race is the Crown Prince's Cup, sponsored by Subaco for the local thoroughbreds. 2 winning machines in this race, Galatia and Phoenix. And we conclude with the Bahrain Derby, sponsored by Bapco Energies, over 2,000 metres, with South China Sea and Barak, the 2 feature horses in that race. Let's take a look at the changes to today's card. In the 7th race, scratch number 2, Hadar. Hadar is out of the Crown Prince's Cup for the local thoroughbreds. And 1 jockey change, and that's in that same race, race 7. Number 5, that's Jabara, now partnered by Paul Mulrennan.
Oh, thanks to Darren for the details there, and hearing as well out on track from Ali. Now, we can't get away from the fact that we will be building up to the 6:30 as our feature race today. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's Cup. Let's show you the runners for the 2026 running of that great race, and it's had some wonderful winners. These are the runners. There are 8 of them. Champagne Prince under Benoit de la Sayette, who is 2nd in the Jockeys Championship and had a good winner yesterday. He's 2nd and 2nd only to the remarkable Ibrahim Nada, who had a double yesterday. He's got the mount on Cracks King, number 2, fascinating runner. High Royal Neil Callan, 4 is King of the Throne. 5 is Panning for Gold under Jason Hart. You've got Paul Mulrennan, who we've seen is coming for an extra ride elsewhere on Sovereign Spirit, the King's Cup winner who bids to win the Crown Prince's Cup and go one better than last year. Tawarek, Stefan Lajage is 7, and Nesthorn for George Baker, the trainer, and Callum Shepherd, who courtesy of Isle of Jura and Phantom Flight, is looking for 3 in a row in this very race. He's got Nesthorn, who locks horns once again with High Royal. Meg, we sort of teased our ideas of this race earlier, but it is a fabulous lineup, isn't it? I guess when you're looking at it, do you think it could be quite a tactical race, considering just the 8?
I think so. We've got a couple of horses that certainly see out much further distances than this. The likes of Cracks King, who stays and is probably more effective over the even 22, if not 2,400 metres. So he stays much further. And the same goes for Sovereign Spirit,
Definitely.
who he's an absolute favourite. He's got a huge fan base here. He's been a local star, but his stamina is probably his best strength. And I would just worry that maybe he's going to get a little bit done for speed this evening.
Okay.
In that, are they going to be applying tactics that are going to be forceful forward and try to stretch the field, make it a stamina test for those that do really stay? So tactically, it's fascinating. I thought that Nesthorn last time was drawn out in the car park. It never really happened and could well bounce back. But he's obviously got to reverse that form once again with High Royal, who he met last time. So, look, it's a fascinating race. You could make a case for so many of the runners.
They can, and we can't wait. We're a few hours away from it. Now, we can rejoin Ali, who's with a rider who was in winning action at the track yesterday.
Yes, delighted to be joined by Rosie Jessup. Rosie, congratulations yesterday, riding Nepal to victory for George Scott. It was wonderful, wonderful scenes. Given the manner you won the race, you were pillar to post and led throughout. Sunk in yet?
Not quite. Well, we sort of half forget about that for now and concentrate on today. Wait for the weekend to be over and then we can celebrate.
But a real buzz. Let's talk about today's racing. You're riding Arabian 1777 in the first race, finished 3rd in this race 12 months ago, 2nd in the King's Cup, so not without a chance.
No, he's always there or thereabouts. The only negative thing, we haven't had a run this season yet, so hopefully he's still holding his class. He's one of the best around, and hopefully we can have a good race today.
Now you've been, riding out here for, getting on 10 years, more than 10 years?
Yeah, my first season out here was probably just over 10 years, maybe 12 years ago now. A lot has changed. Moving out here full time about 6 years ago, and it's amazing the development of the club.
Development in terms of the facilities, but obviously the quality of competition as well.
Absolutely, the facilities, you've only got to look around now to see how much everything's changed, and the grade of horses is going up every year. We have a nice calibre of listed and group races officially on the card now.
Now, you're very much involved with the George Scott camp. Obviously, you rode his winner yesterday. The last 2 years, the Crown Prince's Cup has gone the way of George with Isla Jura and Phantom Flight. A bit strange this year not to have a horse involved in the big race?
It is a bit strange. You know, Phantom, he's still in good form, and we have other plans for him this season, so we will be missing His Highness's Crown Prince today. But I think it'll still be a pretty big race.
What are your thoughts? Who's the winner in your mind?
I'm going to sway obviously towards Sovereign Spirit. You know, he's a solid horse. He's well known here. So I think I'm going to go with her.
Sovereign Spirit, and presumably you're in the no retreat camp when it comes to the match with Byline?
Absolutely. You know, he's a horse I ride every day since he's been here, and, you know, he's come on a lot, and we're all happy with how he's been training.
Is he quite straightforward?
He is straightforward. George sort of came out here saying he can be quite strong in the UK, but the wonderful thing about Bahrain is it is nice and quiet. There's not too many horses around, so when he does come to the track, he can just go round, prick his ears, and really settle into everything.
Well, we can see the Arabians in the parade ring, so I better let you go. Thanks, Rosie.
Brilliant. Thank you so much.
Well done, Rosie Jessup, with that success on Nepal yesterday. You'll see that the wind is barely a gust. Bahraini flag, and usually an indicator as to how windy it can be here as we reach the halfway point of the Crown Prince's Cup Festival. And in his message in the race card, His Highness Sheikh Isa bin Salman bin Hamad Al Khalifa just stressing how significant and defining a weekend of horse racing this is in the season here in Bahrain. Day 2 is about to get underway. These are the runners for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's Cup for the Purebred Arabians. Number 1 is Tuwaisan, 1844, big player indeed. Al Saklawi, 1874. Al Shawaf, 1921. Kahalan Al Adia, 1894 is for Masanan M908. Abayan, the first of the Abayan, 1777 is number 6. Abayan, 1847. And Abayan, 1893. Al Krush, 1854 is number 9.
So let's take a look at the Arabian breds for the Crown Prince's Cup. 1,400 metres the journey, horses in the paddock. We begin with number 1. This is Tuwaisan, 1844. Last year's King's Cup winner, a horse who was in fine form last season, actually notched up a sequence of 4 wins during that campaign. Last time out, finished second behind Obayan, 1893. That's number 1, Tuwaisan, 1844. Let's pick up on number 2, Al Saklawi, 1874. Hussein Askar rides for Yusuf Taha. A few weeks ago, ran over the 1,400 metres and finished 4th of 4 behind Obayan, 1893. He's won 4 times. That's number 2, Al Saklawi, 1874. Number 3, Al Shawaf, 1921. Looking for a first win, was well held here last week over 1,400 metres. Has it to do? Moving on to number 7. This is Obayan, 1847. Was second behind Kahalan Al Adiad, 1894. That was in mid-December over the 1,600 metres. Finished second the time before that as well. And was in the winner's circle. Took the top spot in late November over 1,400. That's Obayan, 1847, number 7. On to number 4, this is Kahalan Al Adiat, 1894. And this horse has been somewhat of a money spinner, winning machine. Has won his last of 4 races, was a runner-up, beaten 3/4 of length in this very race 12 months ago. That's number 4, Kahalan Al Adiat, 1894. number 3. We've seen this one. This is Al Shawaf 1921. Really does have it to do. It's been an awful long way in recent starts. That's Al Shawaf 1921. Where's the blinkers? 6. This is Obeyan 1777. Former winner of this race, won this prize 2 years ago. Hasn't run this season. The last outing was back in April. That is Obeyan 1777, who was second in the King's Cup last March. On to number 9. This is Al Crush 1854. Was beaten an awful long way last week on her first start of the season. Ended last season in pretty good nick, only beaten a neck over 1,200 metres. That's Al Crush 1854, number 9.
Well, there is no one who knows more about Arabian racing than this man to my left, Jehangir, who's the registrar for the Royal Stud here. And you were just saying this is one of the most open Crown Prince's Cup races that you've known.
Yes, it is. I mean, we've got the reigning King's Cup winner in the mix, but I think it's Obeyan 1847 who's the most improved horse in this race. It's going to be very, very interesting. We've got a pace angle. We've got a pace angle here, which is going to be very interesting. We've got two horses who are going to be rabbits, essentially. And then you've got Khalil Aladiat, who's also on the up. And so it's going to be a very, very interesting race.
It's hugely prized. Just what does the Arabian Crown Prince's Cup mean to connections?
Oh, it's a huge race. It's, I mean, one of our oldest races here. We have the King's Cup and the Crown Prince Cup, and it's been run ever since we've had racing here in 1981. And when I was a trainer, I had the pleasure of winning one of these, and I mean, it's really, really special.
Sure it is. And put it into some sort of perspective, these are not the sort of international racing Arabians which we might see racing at Paris-Longchamp or in all of the big racecourses around the world. These are specifically Bahrain-bred Arabians.
These are desert-bred Arabians. They've been bred like this for the last 200 years. I mean, we don't do very much mixing or inbreeding, and basically this is to decide which ones will become the stallions and which ones will go on to our breeding program.
And explain the names. They're always named after the mother's bloodlines?
Yes, they all perpetuate through the female line. and that's how they're all named. They are also given a given name which we don't use for racing.
And they're still all owned by the king, all of them?
Yes, most of them are owned by His Majesty. As you can see, one of them today is not owned by His Majesty, is owned by the Majesty's uncle's family, and these are the two main breeders of Bahraini Arabians in Bahrain.
It's fascinating, and hope that the bloodlines are retained for many more centuries.
Definitely. I'm very proud of these horses.
Lovely, thank you.
Thank you very much, Anne.
A nice interview and good context put forward to the Purebred Arabian race. There are two trainers who have had already a good first half to the Crown Prince's Cup Festival, with winner yesterday in the Howen Cup. That was up the pace for Dan and Claire Kubler, both in conversation with Ed Zeal, Director of Racing and International Relations here at the Rashid Equestrian and Horse Racing Club. All smiles. They've got Byline to come. They've got crack skiing as well. Two of their big players firing later on the track. Right, horses are on their way down for the first race of 8 on Crown Prince's Cup Day. Good race, very good race, and as mentioned, some real robust context put into the shape of the race there in interview with Ali, and the suggestion being that there's going to be a fair bit of pace on here, some strong Purebred Arabians on show. Who do you like?
I like stepping back down in trip, number 4. Ghilan Al Adiyat, 1894, who I think is still improving. He went down to the start early and got led down just to try and keep him nice and relaxed, and hopefully he's got down there with no issues. But I just think going back down to the 1400 meters neck will help him improve once again. He's got plenty of speed, early speed, and he's going to be right up there early on.
Number 1, we've just seen going through to Tuwais at 1844, mentioned in dispatches already, and is based on last year, if the same sort of form or anywhere near it, going to be a big player. Won this last year, ended up winning the King's Cup, but winning the big race in February as well. Outstanding performer, got in an incredible role, and as said, if in the same form, might well be the one to beat.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very possible. He has got form previously with my selection here. Ghilan Al Adiyat, 1894. You can actually see in shot now. Obviously, we didn't get a good look at him in the paddock. As I say, he went down to the start early, but he's strong, isn't he? He's a big horse who is quite imposing, towers over plenty of his rivals. Yeah, I do really think he's got a strong chance. Plenty of these have met previously, so it'll be a case of who is the best over tonight's distance of 1400. I suppose Arabian 1893, number 8, deserves a shout out as well. A multiple winner who actually beat Tuwais in 1844 last time. And Lewis Edmonds on board. Well, what an evening he had yesterday. A double on day 1 of this festival. He'll be riding with lots of confidence, and he'll be going into it knowing that his horse is in great form, in thriving form this season, and pretty good over the 1400.
I think he gave them an absolute stonker to win yesterday. 3 Arabians. There's horse 6, Arabian 1777, who's been off since April. Certainly knows how to win. 8 wins from 20 starts, and finished 3rd in this last year off an almost identical absence. So maybe this has been the plan. It's certainly not a negative to see the absence today.
No, but I suppose 1 or 2 have that match fitness, which could just be the edge that they need. Again, Rosie with a good winner yesterday, riding here for Fauzi Nas, and a horse that she was saying when speaking to Ali, the time off isn't really the problem. You just hope they still retain that talent that they've previously shown.
Sure.
But I do sometimes think off the back of a long absence, running in a domestic grade 2, it's tricky. They have to be on their A game, and 1 or 2 have that fitness edge.
They are about to start the loading process for the first race. It was Purebred Arabians yesterday, but that was Maiden Company. This is much deeper. Right, for the first of 8 on Crown Prince's Cup Day, here's Darren Owen.
Runners going into the starting stalls for race 1. This is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's Cup for the Arabian Breds, sponsored by Sabaka. It's over 1400 meters. First the runners have loaded. Already in the stalls is Al Saklawi. Al Crush in the green and white jacket. Obeyan 1777, that's number 6 as the black cap. Rosie Jessup before this horse who hasn't run this season, but won this prize 2 years ago. That's number 6, Obeyan 1777. Still to go forward, Kohelan Al Adiat, who is looking to win again. 4 wins on the bounce for Kohelan Al Adiat, 1894. Second in the race 12 months ago. Blue jacket of Obeyan, 1893. That's number 8, Obeyan. There goes number 6, Obeyan. This is Al Crush, the mare. The only mare in the race. Green and white jacket for Al Crush, and Tuwaysan, 1844. Last year's King's Cup winner. It's in the grey and white colours going in. Still to go, Al Shawaf and Kohelan Al Adiat. So we're down to the last couple. So Al Shawaf, 1921, number 3. Will hopefully complete the lineup for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's Cup, sponsored by Sabaco, of 1,400 metres. And they are all in. They're off. And that was a slow start for Obeyan 1777, number 6 on the card, getting a lot of rousting along there at the back end of the field. Also slow to find stride was Tuwaysan. Meanwhile, it is Kohelan Al Adiat who matches strides with Al Crush, and those two are having a bit of a speed duel early. They're about 3 lengths clear of number 8, Obeyan. 2 lengths further back to the grey, Musanan, who's on the outside of Al Shawaf, and Al Saklawi's in behind, as number 6, Obeyan, now begins to find his stride and progresses out wide. Al Saklawi is behind that one, and then number 7, Obeyan, is off the pace with Tuwaysan. They're down the side of the track, and it is Kohelan Al Adiat in front, heading towards the final bend. Over 600 left to go. 6, Obeyan to the outside for Rosie Jessup. Blue and white jacket of number 8, Obeyan between horses. Musanan, Neil Callan pushing away on Musanan the grey, who is to the right. Al Saklawi is about 4 lengths or so off the speed. They've got 400 left to go, and it is Kohelan Al Adiat being followed by number 8, Obeyan. Musanan to the wide outside. Al Saklawi wants a say in this finish. Just in behind these is number 6, Obeyan. They head now towards the last 200 metres. They're right across the course. Kohelan Al Adiat is sticking to its task to the far rail, with Al Saklawi down the centre of the track. And look to the near side. Here comes Tuwaysan. Tuwaysan jumping out of the ground to the near side. Over on the far rail is Kohelan Al Adiat. The width of the course separates them. Tuwaysan and Kohelan Al Adiat. That was close, with Al Saklawi just in behind, and then number 8, Obeyan. So it's number 1, Tuwaysan, 1844. This is the horse who was second in this. This is the horse who actually won the King's Cup, I should say, last year. Tuwaysan, 1844, has been in good form. Been placed his last 2 starts, had been on a sequence of 4 wins before this. Really did take some stoking along in the early strides, then delivered this challenge to the near side. Over on the far rail, Kohelan Al Adiat really wearing his heart on his sleeve there over on the far side. It's deceptive. They're racing wide apart, but on that evidence you would say that number 1, Tuwaysan 1844, has broken the heart in the dying strides of number 4, Kohelan Al Adiat, 1894. A thriller to the Crown Prince's Cup, sponsored by Sabaco, for the Arabian breds.
Yeah, that is an absolute humdinger to begin. And as fans of both Tuwaysan 1844 and Kohelan Al Adiat 1894, me the former, Meg the latter, we were screaming to the line.
Yeah, I mean, that was tight. And I do feel for Kohelan Al Adiat if he has been caught, because he did all the hard work on the front end, didn't he? Set fast fractions and looked to be there to be aimed at, but actually kept finding for pressure.
Yeah.
And it wasn't until your sort of eye was drawn to the stand side, Tuwaysan 1844 starts to fly home. Plenty of daylight. He's come out right into the middle of the track towards this stand side and started to really run on strongly to the line. But it was quite tight. I know you think you got up, and maybe you did.
I believe it's been called as well.
But it's so tight, and I'm so gutted because I genuinely think that Kahalen Aladia 1894 did all the hard work up on the front end, and he's been nabbed right in the final strides.
Has indeed. Never nearer, never in front until the music stops. And the horse that's won it before has won it again. Right, let's get to Ali.
Well, let's have a word with our winning jockey then, Abdullah Faisal. Abdullah, where did you spring from? No one saw you coming.
Because he jumped a bit slow, and the pace was too strong for him. And I keep him just for the end. And then when I asked him the straight, I feel, and I said, sure, I will catch them. So he have a very good, strong finish, and this is what he showed me.
Because he's won the King's Cup over further. He's a good Arabian. What kind of talent do you feel he is?
Yeah, he's a very good Arabian. That's last year he won everything, especially he won the King's Cup. And this year he won one time, but he was unlucky. And I think maybe he was waiting for me to get back from my injury. And he won the Crown Prince Cup.
I was going to say, what a magic return for you, because it's been a long time you've been out with a broken leg. What kind of win does this mean to you?
Yeah, that's mean a lot, you know. If you, it was one moment I feel I will not ride this season, and then I get back and I win. And I won the Crown Prince Cup. This is honor. And I dedicate this winner for my uncle. He died last night. He is supporting me, and he watched me always. So, and for his Highness Sheikh Isa, that he's supporting me as well with Al Adiyat. So I'm so happy. I cannot say to you how much I'm happy. And I was suspended 2 meetings. And after the suspend, my first ride, I won.
Well, a hugely important victory and an emotional victory. Well done to our winning jockey then, Abdullah Faisal. Has given a wonderful reception as he heads back into the winner's enclosure.
Yeah, what beautiful, profound words those were. Emotional interview, Abdullah Faisal. And, you know, when it is the small margins and a horse who was never looking like winning only gets up on the line, gets the verdict in the photo, it just gives you that little bit of extra sort of that feeling that higher powers are at work sometimes, considering what he's just talked about.
Yeah, isn't that special? You know,
Yeah.
He's had a torrid time with injury, been off the track for a good amount of time, and to come back for, you know, one of the big races, to ride a winner, having also received the news that his uncle had passed as well. You know, you've got to be pretty mentally resilient to come out and ride, you know, right on the top of your game, and he's done just that. He's obviously wanted to do his uncle very proud, but he's done himself proud here as well, giving this horse a confident ride. You know, he didn't panic when he missed the break early, and he's got this horse into a stride that was forever quickening up the straight to get up right on the line. That one will mean a lot.
Yeah, doubtless. And considering it was at this point last year, this horse got into an insatiable role and went on to win the King's Cup, a race that you'll see with us in around about 6 weeks' time. And you know, just as Meg was saying, this horse stays further this August very, very well for the next month or 6 weeks or so. Tawaisan 1844 has won the first of our races, the first of the Crown Prince's Cup, this one for the Purebred Arabians. fantastic shots we can bring you, and you can see the width of the track with our winner down the near side and a hair's breadth in it over on the far side. Horse 4, Kahalen Al Adiat Meg, who has run an absolute stormer, had the benefit of that far side rail, but had to cut out a lot of hard work. And that 5-timer, well, the winning run's over, but in truth, is as good as probably any of those efforts.
Yeah, definitely. Look, this was a really good renewal, wasn't it? And you could just see that Jouet's in 1844 stamina really kicked in late on.
Yep.
That's probably his strength. Actually, going back up in trip wouldn't be any harm. I imagine that's what they might be doing going forward. But it was really the sort of the first two home were the two that have probably reached the best or the highest heights of late. And it's interesting, isn't it? Abdullah saying, this horse has been waiting for me to come back. You know, he built a relationship with him last season. He's been out with that injury. He's had a pretty super sub with Ibrahim in the saddle recently. But yeah, Abdullah knows him very well. And yeah, to get that victory on his return to riding is pretty special.
It was a reverse of the result from when they met back on the 19th of December. Fine margins in it once again. Right, the result is through. Let's get it with Darren.
Thanks, Nick. So the result of race number 1, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's Cup, sponsored by Sabaka for the Arabian Breds, a thrilling finish, and it was won by number 1, Tuwaisan 1844. Second, number 4, Kahalen Al Adiat 1894. Third, number 2, Al Saklawi 1874. Fourth, number 8, Obeyan 1893, and fifth, number 7, Obeyan 1847. The distances there were a neck and 1 length. That is a neck and 1 length in the official time of the winning horse, 1 minute 37. That's 37.78. 1 minute 37.78. That result is official, and they have weighed in for race 1.
Horses will be coming in shortly ahead of our second race, and star local performer Zeal is there, but not riding in this particular race, although he'll be in duty later on, or on duty later on, as he was yesterday with a double. Lewis Edmonds, so thank you for taking the time out to come and join us. I mean, 4 years away from Bahrain.
Yeah.
Coming back, what a return that was yesterday. Why had you been away so long?
I'd just it never really fallen right from sort of riding at home. I always keep very busy on the all-weather, and I'd had a very busy season last year in the UK, and I'd sort of said to my agent that if there was any trips abroad this year, I would be wanting to take them, and it just felt right that Sheikh Khalid had got in touch with me, and he has some good chances out here for this meeting, and he was sort of very keen for me to come over, so we made it happen.
How much had the place changed in the 4 years since you'd last been here, or last riding here?
There wasn't any floodlights.
That's a big change.
so it changed a lot, but no, to be honest, I don't mind riding around here at all. I think it's a nice, fair track. It rides well, and they do a good job with the ground considering the sort of climate they have over here.
So considering what you came here with or looking forward to yesterday, did it fully sort of exceed expectation with that Turf Series winner?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, I didn't know a whole lot about the horse that won the Turf Series, Dane Manutin. I'd had a look through his form though in the UK, and I mean, off his last couple of runs in England at York were very solid efforts, and we won a Premier Handicap at York on a Saturday, which that takes a lot of doing, So he had every right to be in the race. He liked the ground. Obviously, his first run round here was quite underwhelming, and he looked very hard work, but whatever was different yesterday, he was a different horse.
He looked it. He fully looked it. How big a player do you think he can be going forward for the rest of the season, and are you going to be coming back out again to partner him? There's still 6 weeks left of this international season out here.
Yeah, so I think the team that were out here with him and the owners, I think they are keen that he's gonna take his chance again. I feel like it might be early March, the next sort of race that they thought was suitable for him. I'd be more than wanting to come back to ride him after his performance last night anyway. And I think there might be a race that is a little bit further as well, which I think I would rather him go up in trip than come back down in trip, because I think his main strength is he is such a good, strong travelling horse. He just seems to gallop them into the ground, and he stayed the 1.25 miles around here very well last night.
Talk about you specifically and the UK. What over 60 winners calendar year, the last 2 years, the association with that lovely Anthelia for the Millmans, and I know that you've got a good working relationship with Rob Millman and the team. How have you enjoyed developing over the last couple of years or so?
It's been good. Obviously, when you sort of lose your claim, it takes a lot of sort of building everything up from scratch again, because you've not got the allowance and that advantage of somebody thinking, oh well, you can put him on and take half a stone off. Obviously, it's a very level playing field, and it took a couple of years to sort of really get things back on track. And my agent Simon Dodds, he's been a very sort of big part of it. He's worked very hard, and I've built some really good connections, and likes of William Muir and Rod Millman the last 2 years have been sort of big supporters, and it's definitely started to put things back well on the right track. And then it wouldn't have been possible without sort of the trainers that I ride day in day out for, even the smaller trainers like Roy Bowen and my wife Jessica, people like that without them that sort of keep you riding regular every day, it's hard to make the new contacts.
What would you like to achieve going into the turf season and going into the main body of 2026, Lewis?
I'd like to sort of get over the 70 winners mark. I came close not last year, the year before. I got to 68. Obviously last year I had, I think, 64 or 65, but I had a lot of, I had quite a few stakes winners last year, so that was, I'd take the numerical slightly, on the decline rather, and the better grade winners. So I think, it's nice. Everybody wants to be there, but it's nice to be on the big stage and riding horses with chances in them races. So if I can try and keep that up, hopefully it'll be a good solid year. But it's been a good start. I think I've had 7 winners in January in England, so
good stuff.
It's a good start.
It's a very good start, and it's continued out here in Bahrain, 4 years on from being here last, a double already. Lewis, thank you very much indeed. Great to have you.
Thank you.
And have you here in the studio as we tick closer to the next race and get the details with Darren.
So let's have a look at race number 2. This is the Bahrain Turf Club Cup. Over 1,000 metres down the straight. Number 1 is Zeal, Ibrahim Nada. Number 2, Son of Zeus, partnered by Lee Newman. 3, Black Pearl, Luciano Emmanuel Cabrera. 4, Shigadi, Ahmed Maki. 5 is Luna, Jason Hart. And 6, Wakia, Callum Shepherd. So let's take a look at the runners now in the paddock, and we begin with Zeal, one of the stars here in the kingdom. This horse has an impressive record of 8 wins from 9 starts. The only defeat has been suffered has been at the hands of the hooves of Son of Zeus. Son of Zeus beat Zeal. That was on the 28th of November. That was the only defeat that Zeal has suffered. Zeal then the winner of all of those races, 8 from 9. Number 2 is Son of Zeus then. Son of Zeus, the conqueror of Zeal. On the international market, Son of Zeus is the second favourite, and Son of Zeus was a winner on the 2nd of January. Beat Luna on that occasion by a length. That is number 2, Son of Zeus. 3 is Black Pearl. Outsider, Black Pearl, like Son of Zeus, is trained by Paul Smith, and M&E Racing colours being donned here by Luciano Emmanuel Cabrera. Finished 4th of 13, beaten nearly 4 lengths by Son of Zeus on the 2nd of January, over 1,000 metres. That's Black Pearl. Number 4, Shigadi, Ahmed Maki in the saddle, a winner in February of last year over the straight 1200s. Only had 2 starts since then, has been well held on both occasions. That's Shigadi, number 4. Number 5 is Luna, and Luna is in the colours of Al Mohammedia Racing. Luna was the winner of a race over 1,200 metres here a few weeks ago when beating Ez Al Bahrain. That is number 5, Luna. And 6, Wakia for Alafu Racing, Jabba Ramadan and Callum Shepherd. Wakia was second just before Christmas, beaten a couple of lengths by Zeal over 1,000 metres. That's number 6, Wakia the mare.
Well, it's an opportunity today to see some of the best local horses on show in Bahrain. Later on, the likes of Byline, and the first star for the thoroughbreds today is Zeal, who is making a very leisurely way down to the start. The amazing Zeal, who is horse 1, who is 8 from 9, and Meg, it doesn't seem to matter whatever the distance, be it 1,000 or as far as 1,400, he just wins. Yes, he was beaten by Son of Zeus at the end of last season, but it just looks like he toys with his rivals before punishing them. Yeah, for sure. Look, he's been a fabulous horse, hasn't he? Returned this season in great heart as well. As you say, the 1,200 and the 1,000 this year. Look at him, he's an absolute picture, isn't he? He's an oil painting of a horse. Yeah. A son of Havana Grey, who we know does so well with his progeny, multiple winners all over the world. And Zeal is, look, he's just a star. He was impressive over this distance last time. And yes, Son of Zeus did beat him at the back end of last year, but he's returned that form on his return this season already. And I think that Zeal is going to be very, very hard to beat. He seems to travel at pace, but really comfortably, whatever the distance. He is a poster boy for this division, and I didn't know whether the plan would have been maybe to pitch him in that little bit deeper, whether they could have gone down the Turf Series route. Well, he's here, and in all-known form, or on all-known form, and in truth, he probably just beats up his local compatriots. He did so last year on Sheikh Nasser's Cup Day mid-Feb, and also Crown Prince's Cup Festival as well. And presuming he comes through today's test okay, I'm sure those races will be on the agenda once again. The only horse to beat him, Son of Zeus, is also here. But Zeal's had the verdict, as you said, either side, and since then. Yeah, Son of Zeus, I think, would probably just, although winning over the 1,000 last time, you could argue he's possibly just better at the 12. Look, both these horses are pretty versatile in terms of both of these trips, but I think over the 1,000 I stick with Zeal. Son of Zeus, again, he's been a multiple winner. If he doesn't win, he's normally not very far away either, so he's a very consistent horse. Again, he looked great. You can see him walking around there nice and relaxed. He just had the blindfold put on, which will be used entering the stalls, and obviously taken off as the gates open. Hopefully that'll be a quick start for him. But although it's a small field, we're not going to be short of pace, that is for sure. And look, these are two horses that have a high cruising speed, but Zeal seems to have that extra turn of... And maybe a word on 5 as well. The mare Luna by Holy Roman Emperor for Al Mohammedia Racing, Neil Callan. And it might be scratching around a little bit, but did have a form boost yesterday, courtesy of beating Al Bahrain, who won. Yep, she's still improving, isn't she, with every start. 1,200 last time, so is back down in trip. But it's going to be fast and furious, but a small field for Darren to go through. Well, it's usually Zeal's day. Let's find out if it's something similar as we tick to race 2. Here's Darren.
They're going in for race 2, the Bahrain Turf Club Cup. Just to confirm that Jason Hart now rides number 5, Luna, in this race. Runners then moving up into the starting stalls. Zeal has just gone in, and that will leave Black Pearls alone at the 1,000-metre start. This domestic grade 2, the Bahrain Turf Club Cup. They're all in, and they're off. An awkward start there from Wakia. Now tucks in behind them. Away smartly was Shagadi far side. The grey Zeal is galloping down the centre of the course. The near side Black Pearl. Luna is on the premises. Son of Zeus is being held up by Lee Newman. Wakia the mare follows. Over to the far side is Shagadi. On the near side a Black Pearl followed by Zeal. Then Luna and Wakia with Son of Zeus bringing up the rear as they head down towards the final 400 metres. Shagadi now being pushed along vigorously to the far side. To the right is Black Pearl, Red Cap of Wakia, and now the grey Zeal being asked to find top gear. Heading down towards the last 400, it is Shagadi. Zeal is going to have to fight here to get on terms. Wakia is following, and now Zeal is on terms, and Zeal is in familiar territory. In front, Zeal for a 9th win is the winner. Second place Wakia, close third, involving Luna and Son of Zeus. They're being followed by Shagadi and Black Pearl. So it is Zeal, number 1, who comes out on top. Had to work to get there, but in the end, this grey gelding by Havana Grey has got on top for the season's leading jockey Ibrahim Nada and Hyder Ibrahim, and Zeal has won for the 9th time. But it was made to work for it. Second place, Wakiyar. The mare, has got second. Looks on that evidence that Luna snatched third from Son of Zeus in 4th place. So provisional numbers there are 1, 6, 5 and 2. 1 Zeal for Mohammed Khalid Abdul Rahim. Hyder Ibrahim and Ibrahim Nada has won once again in the kingdom. Dare I say it, never in doubt?
Never in doubt indeed. Thank you very much indeed, Darren. Zeal, who's now 9 from 10 for this. Well, it's been a short career, but a career punctuated with quality, whatever the distance, and just seems to toy with the opposition. We'll be hearing from the jockey in due course. It's his 3rd winner of the Crown Prince's Cup Festival as he goes way beyond 30 in the championship. But there's a moment in the race, Meg, where you feel like he might be vulnerable, Zeal. I think he's just toying with them, isn't he?
He does seem to hit a flat spot, but it's a sort of trait of his. We do see that, you know, quite regularly with sprinters. But once he's hit that flat spot, his jockey's got such a good relationship built up with him now that Ibrahim doesn't panic. He knows that the horse will pick up and find, and by the line he's going away again. Look, he's an incredibly tough horse. He's very talented, and he is ultimately too good for this field. And it's at this point here, Nick, where you mentioned where you look, maybe he's vulnerable, where he just starts to hit a flat spot and go through the motions. But once he's given a reminder, he just extends his lead, switches onto that left leg near the line, and he's away and gone.
Away and gone. Let's hear from the winning rider again.
Well, Ibrahim, you just said to me, easy. Is that how it was the whole race?
Yeah, he jumped good. I followed the lead. I got a good lead from the start. When I pressed the button, he directly gave me a good turn of foot, and he was flying until the finish line.
He was definitely flying towards the finish line. Does he have a bit of a flat spot in his race, though? Do you have to get after him a little bit?
No, I just want to try him today, you know. First day, maybe first time I press him this much. We want to see how good he is.
Okay, so you were toying with the opposition a little bit.
Yes, so I said, let's keep going when I press the button. So I want to see how good he is, and I think his next race is too long, so let him have a good one today.
Okay, so you want to see how good he is. Can he take on the imported horses?
I think he can. I think the owner's keen to try him, so we'll see. I'll see with the trainer, with the owner. It's their choice.
We will go and find out. Well done then to Ibrahim Nada. 9th victory on board Zeal.
Yeah, the showman horse and the showman jockey, throw the two together and you've got the perfect recipe, really. There are those races in February and March up against the local horses, but the dream is, as perhaps teased by Ibrahim Nada there, take on the imported ones, show them what Zeal can do.
Absolutely, why not? I mean, he's so dominant in this, isn't he, at the moment, that why would you not try something new, take on the imported horses? Look, does it matter if it's 1,000 or 1,200? Probably not, really. He's certainly got a high enough rating to be competitive in those handicaps, and he deserves his chance. It'd be interesting to see how it goes. He's straightforward. Absolutely, why not? It would be great to see, and I think the locals would all get behind him, wouldn't they? I mean, he's becoming an absolute favourite.
The rider's absolutely loving life this weekend, isn't he?
Thriving.
He's superb. I mean, this one was a point and shoot. This was the banker, and to a degree you get the criticism if you don't go and win or don't go and win impressively. But yesterday I think he exhibited his talent so well. A couple of cracking rides.
Yeah, and actually bumping into Tom Marquand at the end of yesterday's card, you know, Tom was singing his praises and said, you know, Ibrahim is clearly very talented. He'd love to get him over to the UK and to get involved in the William Haggis operation for the summer, which I think speaks volumes. You know, Tom rides all over the world, and to be suggesting for Ibrahim to come over to the UK and experience something a bit different in the summer, I think that says enough. And look, he's a very talented rider. I'd love to see him over, like I mentioned, the Shergar Cup and things like that. Let's get him involved. He's certainly showing his talent over here, and he deserves to show his talent elsewhere now too.
He's got big race ride later on Cracksking, unbeaten this season in the Crown Prince's Cup race 6. But Zeal, the first of the big horses on the day, has won, and has won fairly impressively as well. It is inexplicable how that horse was ever beaten by anything else that he tends to race against. Son of Zeus scalped him back in April, and I don't think that'll happen anytime soon. Right, let's get back to Ali.
Well, I'm joined now by Khaled Abdulrahim, who bred Zeal, and Son obviously owns all these horses in the MKR racing colours. Best local bred that you've bred, would you say Zeal is? And you've bred some very good ones.
Yeah, Zeal, he's just a sprinter. I have some more. Also, they are good as well. We might see some of them today here. Hopefully, we will win.
You won the Oaks yesterday. You got Realm in the Derby today. It was a very good day for you. A third victory in the Oaks on the trot. But just to go back to Zeal, how much joy does this horse bring you time after time?
Well, he's my favorite out of all, because every time when I come to the races, I don't have to get nervous.
Is there any element of nerves when Ibrahim's having to sort of get after him a little bit mid-race?
Yeah, he was a bit late though. But he said, when you have Zeal, don't be afraid. He has the kick.
Well, I've asked your son Mohammed a number of times. I've asked Ibrahim a number of times. When is this horse going to take on some imported sprinters?
I'm thinking maybe towards the end of the season, if we find a sprint 1,000, we might just check it out.
Okay, so the jockey's keen, the owner's keen, the breeder's keen, so now you just have to persuade the trainer.
We will do that.
And just a word on some of your runners later. Realm in the Bahrain Derby, how do you rate his chances?
Well, I like her, but there are some tough horses with her. Let's hope all the best.
And Champagne Prince in the big one?
I'm not sure about him yet. He just came. He's not acclimatized yet. He might be 4th or 5th, I think.
Okay, realistic hopes, but well done with the winner with Zeal.
Thank you.
Well, there he goes. When you've got Zeal, nothing to worry about. You don't need to be nervous whatsoever. They are colours that have taken on and beaten imported horses. I remember Gooman winning the Al Methak Mile last year. This horse is in a league of his own in this particular division. Ali has probed on more than one occasion, Meg, to say, you know, come on, try and take on some imported horses. It sounds like all components just about coming together, aren't they?
Yeah, look, he's a dude. Like, you see him walking back there, his attitude, you wouldn't even know he's just run a race. He's the ultimate professional. He's just too talented for the rivals he's taking on at the moment. And look, an ear pricked over the line. You suggest there's a little bit more in the tank.
Yeah, well, usually when Zeal turns up to the races, he wins a trophy, and this is no exception, Ali.
Yes, another trophy going Zeal's way. This one is the Bahrain Turf Club Cup, and we're delighted to have Yusuf Baheji, member of the High Committee here at the Rashid Equestrian Horse Racing Club, and the Chief Executive Officer is to present the trophy then. Yusuf presenting the trophy to our winning owner, Mohammed Khaled Abdulrahman. Alongside him, also the winning breeder, Khaled Abdulrahim, and our winning jockey, Ibrahim Nada, and our winning trainer, Hada Ibrahim. So well done to Zeal. 9th victory for this wonderful son of Havana Grey, winning the Bahrain Turf Club Cup.
So let's take the result of the Bahrain Turf Club Cup domestic Grade 2 sprinting action, and it was taken by number 1 Zeal, second number 6 Wakia, third number 5 Luna, fourth number 2 Son of Zeus, and fifth was number 4 Shagadi. The distances there were 2 lengths and 1.5 lengths. That's 2 lengths and 1.5 lengths in a time of 1 minute 00.12. 1 minute 00.12. That result is official, and they've weighed in for race 2.
Right, we're less than 2 hours away from the feature race of the night. $200,000 US for the Crown Prince's Cup, over 2,000 metres. First leg of the Imperious Triple Crown. It really is that when you consider the quality of animal that we're going to see over the next 6 weeks or so. These are the runners for the first leg of the Triple Crown itself, as mentioned. Champagne Prince is 1. Crack Skiing is 2 under Ibrahim Nada. Already a winner tonight. High Royal is 3. King of the Throne is 4. Panning for Gold is 5. Number 6, that's Sovereign Spirit. Tawarek is 7. And Nestorn, who Meg Nichols knows all about, is horse number 8. We're going to have a look at a few of these in action. And yesterday, Meg, we saw the middle distance of the Turf Series, where Dan Manutton was an excellent winner, and we had a number of good performers in there, but way out top, High Royal in that series, and he'll probably win it without even running in another race again. Is he going to win the Crown Prince's Cup today? Well,
he's rated too high to run in the Turf Series at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah.
And, you know, because of his recent victories and his good form, he's gone up the ratings and deserves to be right in with a shout for this evening. Now, look, he's clearly very talented. He was as a young horse. He's always been held in high regard by his trainer, Kevin Ryan. Not quite good enough on this occasion, but I think this was a pretty good effort behind Phantom Flight, wasn't it? And, you know, at the end of the day, although he's been well beaten, he's kind of well on top of his rivals. And I don't think it's any harm going back up to 2,000 this evening. His form is pretty strong, and he ties in, as you say, quite nicely with Nestorn.
Now, earlier in the season, as the Turf Series kicked off in December, High Royal was there, ran a cracker, but couldn't account for Nestorn on first start for George Baker. And we talked about this yesterday. You're not going to be too humble about it, Meg. You picked out this horse. You're on the purchase docket, and 60,000, it's no small amount of money, but looks well bought on this.
Well, yeah, look, no, he was, you know, it was all George that picked this horse out and was really interested in him at the sales, and he's came out to the Bahrain and gone and won one of the Turf Series races. I mean, it's absolutely brilliant. He's all but nearly paid for himself, really, in a couple of runs. And you can see there he got a smooth run up the straight. He was switched to the middle of the track and ran on really well past High Royal. There's a weight swing this time around because of the conditions of the race, but I don't think there's going to be an awful lot between them again.
Okay.
And I know that we're saying High Royal's better off under today's conditions with the weights rather than it being the handicap that it was on that occasion. But I forgive Nestorn his last run. I don't think he was at his very best there. And although it's Callum Shepherd in the saddle this evening, Benoit de la Sayette, who won on him on that occasion, he sings this horse's praises. He thinks he's talented. I think we could be overlooking Nestorn. I think it's easy to underestimate him.
Let's have a look at Crack Skiing and an excellent success back in December. Ibrahim Nada will take the ride, and Ali Vance has just fed through us. 32 wins now for Ibrahim for a season. His personal best prior was last season with 33, so he's on course to shatter that and then some. He could equal his own record with success later.
Oh, I just worry about the trip. I think it's going to be a bit sharp for Crack Skiing, who's no doubt talented, and he's right up there on the official ratings, but he's probably best over the 24 or the 2200 and back down to the 2,000 metres. I just think it's going to be a bit sharp for him. We've got horses who have that little bit more tactical speed and natural cruising pace, which might just catch him out.
And one we're not going to see, but we can't get away from verbalising, well, that's Sovereign Spirit, who finished second in this last year to Phantom Flight. Now, my question is this a better race this year?
Oh, I mean, the form with Phantom Flight is red hot. You know, that is a really solid performance. If he puts that performance in again, he's got to have a live chance. He'll certainly have the backing of the locals, that is for sure. He's become a real favourite over here, but he's another that falls into that bracket that it's really his talent that allows him to do that rather than his sort of key strengths, because I think he's a real stamina horse. I think he stays better and further than plenty of these in the field. So it's going to have to be a stamina test this evening. He's going to want lots of pace on to allow that. It's his ability that gets him through over the 2,000 to be competitive.
Did I press you for a winner earlier? I can't remember.
Nick.
We're getting close.
Maybe when I see the horses in the paddock, I'll be able to decide.
6:30. There you go. Look, we'll probably talk about it and run through the contenders between now and then as well. The Crown Prince's Cup, 6:30 later, 200,000 US. Plenty to come between now and then, not least race 3, Darren.
Let's look ahead to race number 3. It's over 1,000 metres. Number 1 is the Thin Blue Line, Jason Hart. 2, Aparaheo, Hussein Asghar. 3, Bartha, Neil Callan. 4, Brooklyn 99, Abdullah Faisal. 5, Laba Laba, Hassan Al Safa. 6, Neptunian, partnered by Lewis Edmonds. 7, Garsman, Ibrahim Nada. 8, Rahi, Mark Lawson. 9, Garlab and Stepan Mazur. 10, Gwen John, Benoit de la Sayette. 11, Vlad, Callum Shepherd. 12 is Wojtek and Mirko Sana. 13, Max Cruz, Adnan Jaffa. A little bit of overweight as well in this race. 10, Gwen John, plus 1.5 kilograms. 11, Vlad is plus 1. And 12, Wojtek, plus 1.5. Let's take a look at the field now in the parade ring, and we begin with number 1. This is the Thin Blue Line. Jason Hart takes the ride, but the horse has won 7 times. The last start was a few weeks ago, over 1,200 metres, finished 7 lengths behind the winner that day, Blue Day. That's number 1, the Thin Blue Line. Number 2 is Aparaheo, has won once in his career. Last time was running over the 1,000 metres, was beaten over 6 lengths, and I'm afraid there were more horses in front than behind on that occasion. An outsider, Aparaheo. This is number 4, Brooklyn 99. Abdullah Faisal is in the saddle, 3 times a career winner, this horse, and first run in the Kingdom. The last start was on the all-weather at Wolverhampton, over 1,200 metres, with a close 4th that day. Number 6, Neptunian, a winner last time. That was last week, over 1,200, beat Alabra by half a length, has won 3 times. It's number 6, Neptunian. Number 7 is Garsman, another one prominent in the markets. Last ran on Boxing Day, over 1,200 metres, finished in mid-division in the race won by Sharkey. 6 times a winner in his career, the son of Garsman. That's Garsman, number 7. 8 is Rahi, finished 4th of 17 last week in the race won by Neptune. Wasn't beaten all that far, 3 times a career winner. That's number 8, Rahi. Number 9 is Garleb. Garleb is running in the Kingdom for the first time today. The horse hasn't run since February of last year, last seen in action in Abu Dhabi. That is Garleb, number 9. 10 is Gwen John, Benoit de la Sayette in the saddle, and comes here on the back of a win last week over 1,200 metres when accounting for Vlad by a neck. Here is number 11, Vlad, so has that neck to find on Gwen John. Good solid effort. And on the international markets, Vlad, number 11, was just shading favouritism to give Callum Shepherd another winner. 12 is Wojtek. Mirko Sada is in the saddle. Debutant here in the Kingdom, was 2nd of 6. Beaten a nose when last seen at Bath. That was back in October. That is Wojtek. And 13 is the outsider, Max Cruz. Adnan Jaffa is in the saddle. Horse looking for a first success. That's Max Cruz. So let's take a look at some horses who were mounted in the pre-parade ring. Bartha is number 3. And Bartha is partnered by Neil Callan. This one for Al Mohammedia Racing. We'll see Bartha out on the track shortly. Runners just filing out onto the course to go to the 1,000-metre start. There's Guardsman on the way down to the start. Number 7, Guardsman, has a blue cap. Note the colour change there, slight colour change on Guardsman, number 7.
Picking up a couple of the horses that we didn't see in the parade ring, big size field. That is 5, Laba Laba, who's going under Hassan Al Safar. And we'll break from stall number 9. Does have a little bit to do based on what we've seen, or perhaps lack of in recent times.
He's been a bit out of form, hasn't he?
But the last race last night proved don't doubt anything.
Yeah, absolutely. We had a sort of big outsider winning last night, but this horse, the only thing I suppose is slipping right down in the weights and is becoming competitively weighted now, but is really going to have to bounce back on what we've seen recently, albeit last time was running over 1,400 and drops back down to the 1,000 this evening. He's going to have his quick shoes on tonight.
Yes, that's Abalaba, son of Sioux Nation. Bartha also going down, and still 7, 2 down from Labalaba will be the break. Goes in the colours of Al Mohammedia Racing, who are extremely well represented. Neil Callan, 3-time champion jockey in these parts, takes the ride. And Bartha, another who perhaps has to atone for what's gone on of late, and on the international markets wouldn't be one of the most fancied runners by any means.
I suppose he's built like a sprinter though, isn't he, physically?
He is.
And he's been running over much further recently. I mean, he's dropping down from 1,800 metres, so a big step down in distance. He is going to have to bounce back and find his old form, only a winner once previously, but he's a 4-year-old, so he's he's still lightly raced, he's young, immature still. And if you look at him physically and his pedigree, he's by Kodiak, there's every potential that maybe sprinting is going to be the way forward.
Fabulous shots we can bring you from inside the starting stalls as they're going to crash open in a few moments' time at 1,000 metres. It's your distance now, Meg. On the international markets, there's a fair bit of concentration on Vlad. Gwen John's been popular, so too Neptunian and Lewis Edmonds, who a few moments ago was our studio guest.
Yeah, let's start with the 2 3-year-olds. So Vlad, who was only just held over the 1,200 last time. I mean, it was a very narrow margin behind Gwen John. So those two come in to this race with form that ties in together.
Yep.
I think that it could just swing the other way, dropping down to the 1,000. It could be more in favour of Vlad, who seems to have plenty of natural speed. Gwen John probably does stay that little bit further, so maybe she'll find the 1,000 a bit sharp. Isn't it great to see a son of Ali running this evening in Vlad?
Yeah.
We know that Sheikh Dej is a big supporter obviously, of racing not only here but also back in Europe. He owned and now still does in his stud career Ali, and to see him doing so well back in Europe and now also with runners old enough to come back over to his own country is pretty special. So he'll no doubt be cheering Vlad on this evening, coming out of stall 6.
Yep.
It could well be the place. We were just saying in our previous race, the pace, and quite significant pace, came from draw 1. We got sort of horses that like to go forward all over, but maybe on the outer track, the lower draws are the way to go. So Vlad out of stall 6 would be a positive for me.
Okay. Neptunian, who Lewis Edmonds bids for a 3rd winner of the weekend and would be emulating Ibrahim Nada if he were to do that. Neptunian, certainly not without the fancies on the international markets, was a winner here just last week.
Yeah, Lewis, as you said, we've spoken to him this evening. He was in great form yesterday, and I thought that this horse looked back to form by some way.
Yeah.
Now, was it because of the bend? On the straight track recently, he hasn't been firing. He seemed to find that form again round the bend over the 1200. So
there he is. That's
the only thing for me, is he's got to prove himself back on the straight course once more. But he'll have his confidence up, having won last time. He's obviously Lewis Edmonds in the saddle instead of Lee Newman, who was on board for that victory last time.
It's the second of the sprint races in succession, and race 4, well, that is going to be an absolute treat over 1,200 metres in half an hour's time, the HOWDEN Cup, which pitches together the top horse so far in the Turf Series, Chandigarh. Devast is there, Owls are here, Grand Grey. That looks every inch a quality sprint to look forward to. This, for all that it doesn't have necessarily the quality, has more the quantity, and it should be a good thrill. So who's in the shortlist?
I think Vlad's the one that I want on side. We're hoping that Callum Shepherd can have a bit of change in luck. It didn't really happen for him yesterday, but he's got some good rides on this evening's card, and Vlad could be the one to get him off the mark tonight. You can just see there, the sun is starting to set, so it's coming into golden hour, I suppose, and I think Callum Shepherd will be hoping it's golden hour for him as well. So he's going to be my first pick, and I think maybe of the sort of bigger prices on the international market, Brooklyn 99 isn't one to dismiss, possibly one for the placings.
Brooklyn 99, formerly UK trade. Right, they're loading. Let's get to Darren.
Runners loading at the 1,000-metre start now for race 3 for the imported thoroughbreds. Open-looking race here, field of 13. Still a few more out of line. Wojtek, number 12. Max Cruz, an outsider, in the blue colours. Light blue colours, Max Cruz. Adnan Jaffa is going to stall 3, so drawn towards the far side, to the left as we look down the track. That's Max Cruz going in. Brooklyn 99, blindfolded. Will hopefully enter stall 4 shortly. Vlad is still out of line. Still half a dozen runners out at the back of the stalls. Laba Laba. Wojtek is another one. This is Laba Laba. The gold jacket, black cap. Hassan Al Safa in the saddle. Vlad. A few of these just getting a little bit warm in the prelims. Vlad goes forward. Neptunian. Blue jacket for Neptunian. 3 to go. Brooklyn 99. Bartha and Wojtek. This is Brooklyn 99 with the blindfold. So blindfolded now, Bartha. Brooklyn 99 is in. 2 to go. That's Bartha going forward. Bartha is in. Just Wojtek to go for race 3 over 1,000 metres. Wojtek due to go into stall number 8. That's it. All in. And they're off. Bit of a slow start there for Garleb, and over to the far side, Aparaheo driven along. Vlad began sharply with Bartha for company. Also on the speed is Was Tech, Gwen John being told the long Garsman. On the near side is Rahi to the right in the mainly white jacket, being followed by Neptune. And the one who's tailed off is Garleb. Down the centre of the course, it's Bartha who's in front, followed by Was Tech, Vlad. Near side is Rahi. Neptunian's not too far off them. Then Gwen John. Max Cruz is to the left in company with Aparaheo. Brooklyn 99 hasn't landed a blow, nor to the thin blue line. Further back to Laba Laba. Heading now inside the final 300. It is Vlad and Bartha, those two together, followed by Gwen John. And now drifting towards the centre, Rahi into the last 200. It is Vlad from Bartha in second. Gwen John is in third. Vlad is in front. Gwen John is running on towards the finish. Vlad holds on from Gwen John second, Bartha third. Neptunian, Wojtek, Brooklyn 99, Rahi and Laba Laba all cross the line together in behind. So Vlad, number 11, has won it. Callum's got his winner. Vlad for Callum Shepherd. Al Wadi Racing and Jabba Ramadan has gone on to win and has just held on in game, gritty style. Vlad there from Gwen John in second. Bartha, who showed tremendous pace, has finished third, and then staying on and nearest finish fourth was Neptunian on the near side. So it's 11, Vlad, who goes on to win, goes one better, was second last week, beaten by Gwen John, turns the tables on Gwen John here this evening. Gwen John second, third was Bartha, and Neptunian was running on right at the finish. So those numbers provisionally 11, 10, 3 and 6. 11, 10, 3 and 6. Vlad has got the better of Gwen John on this occasion.
Yeah, different day, different distance, but first and second. This time it was a different order. Callum Shepherd, who was frustrated yesterday into the winner's enclosure on this occasion, as Vlad reverses the form with stablemate Gwen John. There was a whisker in it last time, not much in it on this occasion. Meg, you were very much of the opinion the form could be reversed, and so it was. Well done.
Yeah, I think the trip was the key here. You know, Vlad over the 1,000 has that tactical speed, high cruising pace, and sat up there with the pace throughout. Yep. And you can see Gwen John, who won over the 1,200 last time, got done for that first initial increase in pace, but then started to run on late, and you can see why she's better over that little bit further, chasing down her stablemate, but not quite enough to get up. Vlad was away and gone by this point. And yeah, I do think it probably is a bit of relief for Callum Shepherd, who just had frustration yesterday. So a winner on the board tonight with a big evening still yet to come will mean a lot to him.
It was a neck last time. It's something similar there, yeah. Really. Different result and a different day, of course. Callum Shepherd, who's a main player in these parts, is on the score sheet. Let's hear from him now.
Yeah, congratulations, Callum. You rode this horse in the UK. He did that nicely, though, today.
He did, yeah. Well, he was off a featherweight, and I wasn't able to get quite down to 54. So yeah, he's done a good job. He seems to be progressive. You know, hardy little horse who'd probably be effective at 5 and 6.
Well, worth trying to get down to the weight, though, for him. It's a big day, a big evening. Nice to get on the score sheets, given you hit the crossbar a few times yesterday. Yeah, absolutely. You know, the best races are yet to come, but yeah, nice to get an opportunity, capitalise early. And what are the thoughts on No Retreat up against Byline? It's a great match again. Yeah, he's improved since they last opposed. I was very pleased with him last time, and yeah, no, I fancy it'd be a good matchup. And Nesthorn in the big one? Yeah, hopefully he can bounce back to the form of his handicap win at the start of the Turf Series. He was impressive that day, and a return to that would see him with a chance. Well, some very nice rides to look forward to, but well done with the winner then. And to Callum Shepherd winning on board Vlad.
Well, it's been Callum's day the last couple of years, thank you, Ali, with Isle of Jura winning the Crown Prince's Cup, and last year Phantom Flight. Might it be 3 in a row with Nesthorn a little bit later on? Well, in that race, if you're a fan of Jabba Ramadan's horse there, some Sovereign Spirit, you'll be heartened to see that his have been first and second here.
Yeah, the horses are obviously in good form, aren't they? He had some horses run very well yesterday. He'll be pleased to get a winner on the board already for this evening, ahead of tonight's big race. But look, Vlad himself, he's just a real solid horse. He's only a 3-year-old. He's got enough size to think that as he gets older, he'll continue to get better as well, and a really nice, honest filly in Gwenjon too. I must say, a horse that I was pretty impressed with, who ended up just getting run out of things late on, is Bathir, who dropped down to the 1,000 for the first time.
Yep.
I think the 1,200, if they find a race, keep him in the notebook, because I'm sure that he can get his head in front at some point soon. Not good enough to beat these Jabba Ramadan horses today, however. Vlad was way too good, and a very relieved and happy Callum Shepherd on board.
Yep, Vlad beats Gwenjon this time. Bathir finishing in 3rd, Neptunian under Lewis Edmonds finishing in 4th, and that man Callum Shepherd, who's just got off Vlad, has got Desert Cop in our next race. Vlad just being led away as the latest winner here in Bahrain tonight. Vlad, 2nd last time, goes one better to reverse form with Gwenjon.
The official results for race 3 is as follows. First was number 11, Vlad. Second, number 10, Gwen John. Third, number 3, Bartha. Fourth, number 6, Neptunian. And the fifth horse was number 12, Wojtek. The distance is a neck and 1.5 lengths, a neck and 1.5 lengths, and the official time winning horse 59, that's 59.85. 59.85, that result is official. They've weighed in for race 3.
Well, the crowd is building and building all the while as anticipation grows for the big races still to come on Crown Prince's Cup Day, and a couple of which the champion jockey Ibrahim is going to be hoping to win. He's got crack skiing in the Crown Prince's Cup. He'll also in the mile run the absolute cult icon Byline. Delighted to be joined by Ibrahim. Can I just say as well, look, it's the first time I've actually got to meet you. Every time we see you out there, and you've won 3 races this weekend already, you've always got the biggest smile on your face. Are you just naturally a really happy person?
Yeah, I'm naturally like this, so always be happy. Life is easy, so be happy, make it simple, and try your best at the races.
I'll tell you what, because the crowd's building, I'm going to ask you to just put the microphone a little bit closer. There you go. Let's talk about the horses you've got today. You've got Crack Skiing, who, on the basis of that win in December, can he win today? Is he a very strong player?
Yeah, he had a good chance today. We saw him, he ran very strong last 2 times, and he's showing that he have that ability to race against these big horses. I think, yeah, he have a chance, good chance to win today as well.
Now, in opposition, you've got the King's Cup winner, Sovereign Spirit, High Royal, who is the Turf Series champion-elect, potentially. Who do you think is the biggest danger?
I think Sovereign Spirit, yeah.
Do you?
Yeah, he have a big chance. He won the King Cup last season. So I think we'll try today our best to beat him. And High Royal, as we saw him, he ran good races. He won the Turf Series race, and we saw him last time out, he finished second. So he's a good horse. So it will be a strong race, and we'll try our best. And I think Dan and Claire, they have that confidence, and we came here to win today, I think.
Dan and Claire Kubler, of course, nowadays trainers of Byline as well. And when I spoke to them, it almost kind of came across that they feel a responsibility because he's so popular. How much do you love that horse?
Yeah, he's loved by the crowd as well, so we have to make them happy today as well. I think he's the hot favorite today.
Do you think, because you beat No Retreat 1 length last time, the No Retreat team are very confident of reversing that form.
Yeah.
Do you think you will win again?
I think, yeah, No Retreat, he ran very good last time, over 7 furlong.
Yeah.
And I think he will improve after that run as well. So we'll try our best, but Byline is Byline, as you know. He knows how is the track here. He knows what he's doing. So hopefully he be himself today, and I think he can win today.
You are the champion. You're always smiling. You are now on 32 wins, which is 1 behind last year's whole season. Is this the best you've ever ridden, do you think?
Yeah, it's the best. I didn't thought that after last season, I had a good season last year. I thought that I'll try my best this year as well, but I didn't thought that I'll be winning this much. So I think I'm riding a good horses. I'm getting good support from the owners and trainers, and big thanks to His Highness Sheikh Isa bin Salman. As you see, he's my sponsor, Al Adiyat Racing. So I'm doing so good.
Just while I've got you, today is a day for the big local horses. We've talked about Byline and Cracks. We saw Zeal earlier.
Yeah.
Who's your favourite horse? Do you allow yourself to have a favourite?
To be honest, I have been asked the same answer, the same question last time, like many times. So they are a good horses, all of them. Zeal is a local bred, and Byline is a thoroughbred, and Cracks King, they're running different like distance. So at the mile, Byline, Cracks King, long distance, Zeal local bred over the 5 and 6 furlongs. So I think they're all good.
Do you think Zeal would be, do you think he could really frighten the international horses if he takes them on? You know, if he was in the Turf Series, here he is earlier, and you won't mind watching this back. Do you think he could beat the international horses?
I think the owners are keen to try him. Also, when I finished today, he told me that I want to try him. I have to have a go. So I told him it's up to you. He's a good horse, you know. Whenever he crosses the bottom, he'll direct travel. He's a strong horse. So I think they will have a try with him, I think.
And lastly, Meg Nichols, who's just sitting in the wings, she's been banging the drum saying she wants to see you in the UK. Tom Marquand, who of course rides in these colours as well, praising you, saying how good you are. You're the first Bahrain-bred jockey to ride in the Bahrain International Trophy. Are we going to see more of you internationally as your career develops?
Yeah, hopefully that's my dream since I started to ride, and I think the club is working on it to make my license, and they're trying their best, and hopefully, yeah, when the season is finished over Bahrain, I think I'll go to UK, and hopefully all will be sorted, and hopefully we'll see you there.
Is there a dream race in the world that you would love to win? Bahrain International Trophy, of course, but aside from Bahrain?
Any race in the UK, I think. It will be a good start, and hopefully we get more winners. You have to start there at the beginning and see how it will go. You have to get good support. You have to know the trainers and owners. So hopefully I get good chances over there and ride at Ascot and these big races.
The dream. Ibrahim, great to meet you. Thank you very much indeed. The champion, always smiling, always riding winners as well on the biggest stage here in Bahrain, as we go up to Darren for details ahead of our next race.
Yeah, it'd be great to see Ibrahim in the UK this summer. Race of 4 coming up is the Howden Cup. It's over the straight 1,200 metres. 1, Al Zahir, Tom Marquand. 2, Chandigarh, Stepan Mazur. 3, Desert Cop, Callum Shepherd. 4, Divas, Jason Hart. 5 is Edward Cornelius, Hassan El Safa. 6, Grand City Hall, Neil Callan. 7 is Grand Grey, Benoit de la Sayette. And 8 is What a Business, Lewis Edmonds in the saddle. So let's take a look at this quality field of sprinters, beginning with Al Zahir. Number 1, Al Zahir has had 1 run in the Kingdom, down the field behind another bar on that occasion. But this horse was in winning action, won a listed race over the straight 1,000 metres at Chantilly when trained by Jenny Candlish back in October. Now in the care of Daniel and Claire Kubler, that's number 1, Al Zahir, the mount of Tom Marquand. 2 is Chandigarh, won the Al Rifa Cup over the 1,200-metre journey earlier on this month. Subsequent to that, ran over 1,000 metres and chased home another bar. Stepan Mazur aboard. He's aboard Chandigarh. 3 is Desert Cop. We saw Desert Cop 24 hours ago, finished 9th yesterday in the Turf Series race. Is, of course, winner. Desert Cop, winner of 4 lifetime wins. Callum Shepherd aboard. Number 4, Divas, one of the top-rated horses in the country. Jason Hart is in the saddle. Was in really good form earlier on in the season. Was in mid-division behind another bar, but was in winning form before that in November. That's number 4, Divas. 5 is Edward Cornelius. Last time this horse greeted the judge was 2 outings back. Won over 1,000 metres on that occasion, beating Sharkey by over 4 lengths. That's number 5, Edward Cornelius. 6 is Grand City Hall, a dual lifetime winner. Was last in action when behind another bar earlier on in the month. Number 7 is Grand Grey. Grand Grey is making his debut in the Kingdom. Last spring, this horse ran second in the Abernan Stakes at the Newmarket Craven meeting. Ran at Royal Ascot, finished 11th in the QE2. That's Grand Grey, number 7. And number 8, outsider today, is What a Business. Lewis Edmonds in the saddle. This horse has won 5 times. The last run was behind Blue Day, finishing in mid-division that day.
On the way out for the next race, which is the 4th good race, this the Howden Cup 1200 metres. There is number 1, Tom Markens, who had a winner yesterday for the Kublers. Looks to have another one with Al Zahir, and on the international markets is around about 3rd choice for the punters. Likely winner for you?
I think this horse has got a solid chance and can improve. He had a bit of a break before making his debut over here in Bahrain, and although he was well beaten, I just thought that he's likely to take a step forward. You can see he's a bit highly strung. Maybe he just needs to settle into things over here a bit better. I think my pick, and I think it would be similar to a lot of people, is number 2, Chandigarh, whose form has just been working out pretty well. He beat Comanche Falls at the start of January. Obviously, he was a horse that ran yesterday so well in our Turf Series sprint, and also then behind another bar over the 1,000. So I think this horse will appreciate going back up to the 1,200, and he's just been in such great heart, hasn't he? Since the turn of the new year, he's really been thriving. And I think that he was the one that they will have to beat. I
wonder what they're going to do with it. He tends to love to dive down towards the rail, Chandigarh. Small field, drawn in 5, centre where they are. What do you think they're going to do with him?
Well, I suppose jump, get the cover, and depending on where the pace develops as to which rail he'll sort of aim for, I guess. We've sort of seen winners coming from both parts of the track this evening. So I guess it will depend as and where the pace really starts to develop. Edward Cornelius probably won't be too far away, nor Grand City Hall. They're out of 1 and 2, so maybe that's an indicator that the pace might well be middle to far side.
There's plenty of depth to this. Al Zahir, I was looking back at his record. He ran 16 times last year. He won 7. I mean, that's a phenomenal amount of races to show your constitution. Chandigarh we've talked about. Desert Cop, we ought to mention him because he ran yesterday, finished 9th, and he's looking to win tonight, which is actually something he did in a 24-hour spell last year. And then you come to Divast, who, if Chandigarh is vulnerable, Divast could be the likely one to take advantage.
Yeah, if you put a line through last time where arguably he might not have been at his best, then yes, you'd think DeVast has got a huge chance. And I do think he's the main danger. Back up in distance to the 1200 is a big plus for me. And ultimately, he's a very consistent horse. I think he's the one from the Al Muhammad. That was about to be a mouthful. I got that wrong. Can you say it for me now? He's thrown me.
Which one?
Don't worry. DeVast basically is the biggest danger.
There you go. Easily done. Al Muhammadi Racing. Right, there you go. Do you know what? We've got through, well, 2 hours plus whatever we did yesterday, and I'd say that pronunciation-wise, I think we've done okay.
We have done okay.
We've done okay.
That was the first real trip. Maybe getting to the halfway stage, you know, little coffee and we'll be away again.
Absolutely. The snacks are at the ready. There we go. Official at the start of the race, just making sure the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. If you said you're going to wear it, wear it. That's what it is with the headgear. Hopefully that's the case. Now, I want to mention Grand Grey, first up run out here since switching from Kevin Ryan, which a move that Byline made once upon a time, 105,000 guinea switcher, and they did try the horse in very good sprints in the UK.
Yes, he was running up at the very top level, wasn't he? He's hard to read. He's been off the track since September. Yeah. Obviously a switch over here, but Kevin Ryan's horses typically have done well switching. As you mentioned, Byline, we've obviously seen, although still in that trainer's yard, High Royal, but for whatever reason, the horses do seem to take well to things over here in Bahrain. Now, this is a big step down in grade in comparison to what he was competing in. I mean, he ran in the Diamond Jubilee at Royal Ascot. He's ran in some, as you say, top-level sprints through last season. He's had that break. I think we'll learn more about him after tonight's run.
Yes. Grand Grey, there's another Grand in there, Grand City Hall, who was a reserve yesterday in the Turf Series. Competitive form through this season. Good fifth to another bar last time.
He's a consistent horse, isn't he? Not the easiest to win with, I think it's fair to say, but he's often there or thereabouts, pretty consistent. Back up in trip this afternoon. I'd say I'd probably side with one or two others above him, maybe more reliable. Right,
come on then. The shortlist is. It's a small, neat race.
I'm really stuck between 2 and 4. Kandigar and DeVast, who I just think he could be the one to bounce back.
Go on, I'm going to take you. I'm going to go with DeVast.
Okay.
To frighten the life out of Kandigar.
Yeah.
And prove that the established form that horse has had for years, and it really is that, can come up trumps. But we shall see.
A bit sweaty down there, a bit warm.
Yeah.
He's relaxed, but he is starting to get a bit warm down there. You can see the sweat underneath that saddle cloth, number cloth, I should say. And look, it's not a massive negative, but it's something to bear in mind.
Right, they're circling from above. Excellent drone pictures that we can bring you. This is a smaller field for the HOWDEN Cup, domestic grade 2 race, 1,200 metres. There you go, the loading started. That means we can get to Darren.
Runners going into the starting stalls now for the HOWDEN Cup. That's Edward Cornelius going in. Now Alza here, winner at Chantilly. Chandigarh, winner here in the Kingdom already this winter. Desert Cop ran just yesterday. And the green and yellow jacket, Desert Cop, what a business. Lewis Edmonds' mount is still behind. We look at Desert Cop. Callum Shepherd looking for a double. He's aboard Desert Cop. What a business. Moves into place for the HOWDEN Cup. Race 4 on the card. Straight 1,200. Ready. And they're off. One or two of them just getting a bit stirred up before the off. And away smartly is DeVast in the centre. To the left is Alza here. Chandigarh prominent, so too What a Business, followed by Desert Cop, and then Edward Cornelius, Grand City Hall, and last of all is Grand Grey, pulling pretty hard. So they head down towards the 800-metre marker, and it is DeVast with a narrow advantage. The dark jacket in the centre, Chandigarh to the near side, the blue and orange of What a Business. Alza here is only about 2 lengths off the speed, and Grand Grey now steps forward. They're followed by Grand City Hall, Desert Cop and Edward Cornelius, who's outpaced, heading towards the 400-metre pole. And in the centre, Devas from Chandigarh. On the near side, Grand Grey, and just in behind the leaders, Grand City Hall coming there with a run far side. Further back to Al Zahir, Chandigarh and Devas, followed by Grand Grey, and then Grand City Hall inside the 200-metre marker, and it is Chandigarh from Devas, and over on the far side, Grand City Hall. Desert Cop running on, but Chandigarh's in front. Chandigarh the winner, Desert Cop second place, and a whole host of Al Muhammadiyah racing horses involved for third position. Devas, who was alongside Grand City Hall and Edward Cornelius. Chandigarh is the winner. Chandigarh, who won here earlier on in the season, won here 2 outings back on the 2nd of January. On that occasion, that was the Al Rifa Cup, and Chandigarh has proved too strong for the opposition in hands of Stepan Mazur, winning this Son of Churchill. So, number 2, Chandigarh is the winner. Devas has run a big race. Desert Cop only ran yesterday. The Short Connections will be proud of the run there from Desert Cop. Is run on for second position, and it's a close run thing for third, possibly Devas getting the better of the argument against the ownership companions for third place. But Chandigarh, who was the favourite on the international markets, his 5-year-old, has come good for another win in the kingdom.
Yeah, he's getting better and better, and a horse who's forming a good relationship with Stepan Mazur. I think he had it to prove today, Chandigarh, but he's proved it and then some. Meg, you were a big fan alongside. This is a horse that's on the improve.
Yeah, he is. He's really improving, and his form has held up pretty well over the last couple of days too. You were bang on about he likes that running rail, doesn't he, just to sort of help him in the closing stages. And the race did originally develop up the middle of the track, but Stepan was keen to just start to gradually edge over towards this stand-side rail. He got a little bit of intimidation from Devas, which actually helped bring him over a little bit sooner, but this horse is improving.
Yeah, he is indeed.
He's going the right direction. He's tough. Look at him. Ears right back, head down. He wants to win.
OK, he's the new sprinting star. Let's get to Ali.
Congratulations, Stepan. Another win on this horse over this distance. How did he feel today compared to a few starts ago?
He's always good. I ride him for the 3rd time, and I'm happy every occasion. Last race was 1,000 meter. I find it a little bit short for him. He's been back on 6 furlong and showing big performance.
Yeah, he needed that extra furlong today, didn't he?
Exactly, yes.
And nice to have a big winner on a night like this for you.
Yes, it's a nice day. I'm very happy to come and win on this day today.
Congratulations, Stepan, then winning on this horse. Having won a Turf Series race a month ago, Chandigarh wins the HOWDEN Cup over 1,200 metres. Well done to Winning Connections.
He's a good horse. He really is. I like him, and I like the way that he really opens up at the end of what seems like a searching enough gallop. He's beaten Desert Cop, who's run a very good race. 24 hours on from running in the Turf Series. They'll be heartened that there are opportunities still to go from him.
Nearly needs a warm-up, doesn't he, Desert Cop?
Yeah, he does. I wonder if they can find... I think it was March last year that he ran in the Turf Series, ran a really good race on the last day of that, and then they won with him the next day. So I imagine they'll look to do exactly the same thing with him.
Absolutely.
Why not?
Same route.
Sprinters thrive, don't they, on their racing?
Yeah, absolutely. They nearly do sort of less on a day of racing than they do on a day of training. But yeah, look, this horse, the winner, Chandigarh, is going the right direction, improving. Stepan saying there, you know, he was better back up to the 1,200, and you can tell, you know, he's a real strong stayer at that distance.
Yep.
Strong through the line, going away from his rivals. I mean, he's another horse that seems to be getting a bit of a following. Everyone's giving him a proper cheer as he walks back into the winner's circle, which is pretty cool. But look, he is going the right way. I actually think he could stay the 1,400 if you needed options, but he's certainly thriving at the moment, and his form since the turn of the new year just continues to improve and hold up.
Yeah, it's a different horse altogether. Chandigarh, another step up the ladder for him. and does so in the hands of regular pilot now, Chapan Major from Mahmoud Jawad in the colours of Al Shark Racing. It's been a January to remember for Chandigarh.
Hey, okay. Well done, Jockey. Nice, you. Good ball. Huh?
Well, Chandigarh leaving the winner's circle. Time to speak to some of the connections then. Saeed Jawad joins me now. Saeed, you own the horse and your father trains it. How much did you enjoy that victory?
Sure. Today we have Chandigarh winner of 6 furlong race, group race actually, with very fantastic horses. Group horses we can say today. Last race he came second behind another par. Today Chandigarh in the form and a very perfect ride from Shtipah Mazar.
Has it surprised you, his progression this season and how good he's been in the big races this year?
Chandigarh actually it's group horses. He's rating now 107. We will check him also. Maybe he can go to Maidan Al-Ghoz Sprint this year, inshallah.
He's been to Maidan previously. He's done well round there. Would that be then you'll be targeting Maidan and travelling with this one now?
He ran in Maidan already in the Dubai Carnival Racing. He came second and in the 5th place. And we took him from the auction of Dubai. We come in Bahrain and we have a good luck with him.
What would it mean to your father, who trains the horse, to have a runner travel from out of Bahrain?
Sure. My father is actually professional trainer. We have Chandigarh, we have Mvigil, and also we have Hercules in the Prince Cup today. My father is a good trainer actually. We hope inshallah next time Chandigarh also win.
Enjoy this, celebrating this winner. Well done.
Sure, thank you so much.
So we come to the trophy presentation for the Howden Cup. Well done to Chandigarh, victorious in this race. And we're delighted to have Mr. David Howden alongside his wife, Fee. Mr. Howden, founder and CEO of Howden. And he's presenting the trophy there to our winning trainer, Mohammed Jawad, and our winning owners, Al Shark Racing, Saeed Jawad, receiving that trophy then on behalf of the winning owners. And well done to Shipan Mazur, our winning jockey, Chandigarh, the winner of the Howden Cup.
Results of race 4, the Howden Cup, is first number 2, Chandigarh. Chandigarh beating number 3, Desert Cop, into second place. Third was number 4, Devast. Fourth, number 6, Grand City Hall, and fifth, number 5, Edward Cornelius. Distances there of 1 1/4 lengths and 1 3/4 lengths. That's 1 1/4 lengths and 1 3/4 lengths. And the official time there of the winning horse, 1 minute 12.29. 1 minute 12.29, and that result is official. They have weighed in, weighed in.
Well, we heard from Ibrahim Nada a little bit earlier, and the jockey school here is pretty good at producing some of them Bahrain-bred jockeys. And I've come to the Turf Village because the Jockey Academy have got equisizers here, and they're encouraging lots of children to have a go and get on board. Look at him, here we are. This guy's enjoying his ride. Right, Colin Rayner, you're in charge of the Jockey Academy here. Tell me a little bit about it. How big is it?
Yeah, well, we started this year with about 50 members, which is more than double of last year, so growing really fast. And here we are recruiting for the future. They're not quite ready, these guys.
This guy looks like he can ride a finish.
Yeah, just a little bit more polish and he'll be there, won't he? Yeah.
We have got a very polished jockey here, though. Let's go and have a quick word with Tom Marquand, who's busy signing. Tom, you're getting through those autographs. Nice bit of setup here. Nice to. The Jockey Academy here is very important. It's a big part of the racing club.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, we were actually just talking about it in Bahrain. They tend to be sort of 17 when they get involved with the Jockey Academy, but obviously getting kids in at a younger age is important. And like, there's quite a few kids racing tonight. Obviously, we've got a jockey over here already on the exerciser, which is great. And yeah, it's important having the engagement, and those are the, once they get to that 15, 16, 17, you can step them into racing properly.
you ride all over the world. Do the Bahraini jockeys get as good a reception here as sometimes when you're riding in Australia? There's local jockeys, and they seem to also get plenty of opportunities here.
I think it's great here. Look, obviously at the moment you've got, say, Ibrahim that's riding a stack of winners, and being a local jockey is important. I think, you know, most predominantly you probably saw it with like Vincent Ho in Hong Kong, where he was, you know, he was sort of the most prevalent sort of local, you know, local jockey, and it's great that Bahrain is now sort of feeding into that with someone like Ibrahim, and you've got a few of the younger guys that ride really well as well. So yeah, hopefully the development is there for them. They obviously come over to England and go to the racing school and stuff like that, and yeah, so they get a really well-rounded experience, and they have a nice track to ride around, so they can gain some invaluable sort of racecraft from riding with English jockeys and other international jockeys that come here.
We've got plenty of autographs to get through, so I'm going to leave you to carry on signing. Thank you very much to Tom Marquand, sponsored Bahraini jockey, Bahrain sponsored Tom Marquand. And Colin, you look like you're going to be plenty busy here. The kids are queuing up behind you.
Oh, it's nice to see, isn't it? You know, the future jockeys, wonderful.
Yeah, it certainly is. The academy here, it's all based in the club. The facilities are pretty amazing up there, and it is reaping the rewards with plenty of Bahrain jockeys now coming through the ranks and excelling out on the track.
Aren't they just, Ali? Thank you very much indeed. And we've seen Ibrahim Nada, the champion. He's just run off to go and get the ride aboard Byline, one of the signature horses of the entire evening. Good to see Bahrain Turf Club ambassador Tom Marquand is busy signing autographs, and you know, it's a bit of a whistle-stop tour for him, but when he comes, he needs to do the right thing, doesn't he? I think he knows what he's doing.
No, he does, but Tom's such a great guy, and he loves being involved. We see it back at home as well. At the end of the day, Tom came through pony racing back in the UK and has done the whole sort of through the ranks from a kid and upwards. So he knows what it takes to try and encourage others to do the same. And I think it's massive now that they have got Ibrahim over here, who's such a good role model and now a star for everyone here in Bahrain who might be interested in following the same footsteps. They can watch the success he's having day in, day out, every meeting. And so it is important, and to have the academy, to learn the basics, to get going. Who knows, there could be a future star in the race course this evening, in the crowd.
Could be. Right, let's have a look at the runners for the next race, and this is one of the big races of the evening as we build up to the biggest of them, which is race 6. This, though, race 5, the Bahrain Mile, sponsored by BBK, is a cracker. It is, as the name suggests, 1,600 metres over the mile, and Byline bids to continue his wonderful association with this whole racing jurisdiction. He's been such a signature horse. 2 is Ecosystem, 3 is Jihangir, 4 is Juantarina, 5 No Retreat, Byline's Big Threat, Northern Express is 6, and Royal Scimitar is horse number 7. The international markets a real big 2 feel to this. Byline up against No Retreat. I've met before, Darren, and ding ding, round 2.
Yes, seconds away, round 2 for Byline and No Retreat. So coming up, we've got the domestic Grade 1 Bahrain Mile, and the runners in the paddock. One of the runners is already out on the track, and that is one of the outsiders today. That's Ecosystem, number 2. Ecosystem partnered by Ben Wadlesett. This horse has a bit of an absence to overcome. It's been absent since December 24. Back in February 24, this horse was the winner of the Anchorman Cup, so that was just short of 2 years ago. That is number 2, Ecosystem. Let's have a look at the horses in the paddock, and here is a Byline, Ibrahim Nada aboard Byline. The horse has been in fantastic form this season, and indeed last season. 3 wins on the bounce, including that listed success in December when beating No Retreat by a length. That's Byline number 1. Here is number 4, Juantarina. 4 times the winner. Juantarina won last spring in April, so 4 times career winner, 3 times at this track. 6 is Northern Express. Doesn't need an introduction to British race fans. 8-year-old Northern Express. Paul Mulrennan riding here for Michael Dodds. Last time this horse scored was in a hot, very, very valuable handicap at Ascot at the King George meeting in 2024. That was the international handicap. Back in 23, won her first Hunt Cup. Most of the wins for Northern Express have been at 1400, but as we're saying, has won the first Hunt Cup over the mile. 7. That's Royal Scimitar. Horse has won already this season. A couple of wins earlier on this winter. Royal Scimitar, partnered by Jason Hart. Number 5 is No Retreat. So No Retreat and Byline dominating the international markets. We all know why. They've already met once. A length separated the pair on that occasion. Byline slightly worse off at today's conditions. Only a length between them when they met on the 19th of December. Since then, No Retreat has won nicely, beating Placento by a comfortable 3.5 lengths over 1,400 meters. So that is No Retreat, winner of a Grade 2 last time.
Well, No Retreat won on his Bahrain debut in a domestic Grade 2, stepping up again into domestic Grade 1 company, taking on the mighty Byline. He's a bit of a legend around here, but how is No Retreat?
Yeah, no, Bylines have been an institution at this course, so obviously warrants plenty of respect. No Retreat's very good, training well. And, you know, when he met him, he probably just needed the run. So we'll see what happens today. Obviously, Byline's got to give us a penalty as well. So hopefully there's a nice even gallop and they both get a clear shot at it.
The mile be the 1600 be his optimum distance?
Well, I think really like 7 or a mile. So I don't think there's too much to choose from between there, but he's certainly effective over a mile.
And what were your thought process of bringing him out here? What were the big races you were trying to target with him?
Well, we were just wanted to feel our way with him a little bit because he's a horse that's shown a lot in the mornings and he hasn't quite done it on the track. So we were just very conscious of.
An Express is playing up a little bit.
We were just very conscious to feel our way slightly, so we've ended up where we wanted to be, and you know we'll see what happens tonight, and then we'll regroup and make a plan.
Well, good luck.
Thanks, Abby.
So one of the big clashes of the day pits together the local hero, Byline, and No Retreat, who is a big threat as he locks horns once again with Byline. George Scott pointing out, one, that Byline is an institution as he takes that horse on again with No Retreat, and also there's an element, if you read between the lines, that they probably feel like they've got much more of a gauge on what No Retreat's capable of out here. A month or so down the line, he's won since. It's a £3 swing at the Ways. They're going to be quite confident.
I think so, yeah. The weight difference is obviously key, and on official ratings there's only £1 between them. So that is obviously something to certainly note. George saying that No Retreat, he feels, is as effective at both the 1600 and the 1400.
Yep.
I slightly have it in my mind that I would rather him over the 14. But look, it's going to be a great match once again, and ultimately Byline has the experience of the track. We spoke to Ibrahim earlier, who was naturally extremely confident in his mount and wouldn't swap him for anything. But yeah, look, it's going to be a proper race, and it's not just the two horses. We need to obviously look at the whole field. I mean, I was just actually speaking to Adele Morenon on the phone there quickly about Northern Express. I said Adele, Northern Express, for an old boy, he's an 8-year-old now. I said, he's like a bull in a china shop going around the paddock. He's fresh as you like, and under Paul Morenon was just being a handful. Now, Paul obviously knows him inside and out. She said, that is a great sign. She said, well, that's how we want to see him. And I think he'll be a lot sharper from his run in behind No Retreat on his Bahrain debut. It was on the back of quite a break, and he's a very reliable horse over this type of trip. On official ratings, he has got more defined than Byline, who's in shot, but I do think the Northern Express could well run better this evening.
The Dodds Yard had Comanche Falls run very well, went second in the Howard Cup Turf Series race yesterday. Now, is it as straightforward as though as a, and I know you've talked about Northern Express there, but do you see it as a two-horse race?
Well, no, I think that for sure they are the horses that are in form, and they are the ones, but at the end of the day, they've got to put their best foot forward, and sometimes in a scenario like this, you can end up looking like you're having a ding-dong battle, and one of the outsiders comes and does them. Now, I hope that it is these two coming into the final 200 metres, Byline and No Retreat, that have had a smooth passage, no excuses, and that they are the two fighting out the finish. And there's, like we say, only £1 between them. Byline's got to give away the penalty, but I think it is a great renewal. George Scott has been bullish about No Retreat, but I think in the paddock beforehand, I just sensed a bit of nerve. He sort of was, we've got to give Byline lots of respect. And prior to today, I think he's been like, we're just going to win. So I do think that the realization of how effective Byline is around this track over this distance is starting to kick in. It
counts for a lot, doesn't it? And in a former life, for both of you, you were the rider of Byline once upon a time.
I have ridden Byline, yeah, I have, absolutely.
How long ago was that?
Oh God, that was a while ago. He must have probably been a 3 or 4-year-old when trained by Kevin Ryan, owned by Highclere Thoroughbreds. Yeah, I rode him a couple of times, Newmarket definitely. But he's just come over to Bahrain and he's improved so much, and stepping up in distance and coming over to the sunshine, I think, with the key. He's pretty straightforward. Unlike Ecosystem, who's looking a bit of a handful, trying to back him into the gates without his rider. And Benoit de la Salle will be jumping aboard now that he is loaded.
He's fractious, blindfold on, a horse who we haven't seen since December of 2024. He won a Turf Series Anchorman Cup once upon a time, but this is a big, big ask. First up off a long absence. So a huge clash in prospects. Byline up against No Retreat. There was a length between them in December. Let's see how it goes now. Here's Darren.
Ecosystem was the first one to load. That horse was backed up into the stalls. They're going in quickly for the Bahrain Mile, domestic grade 1, sponsored by BBK. The Royal Scimitar going forward for Jason Hart. This is Guantarina. Blindfolded, Stefan Lajage aboard. Guantarina, Byline, and Ibrahim Nada. That's it, they're set, the Bahrain mile, and they're off. Breaking up along the inside was Jehangir. Byline in the dark blue jacket. Northern Express to the outside between horses is Guantarina. No retreat. Settles down behind the pace setters. Ecosystem is now taking a prominent role. Royal Scimitar is the one who drops out last of all. It is Paul Mulrennan aboard Northern Express going along in front by about a length to Ecosystem. On the inside, Jehangir wanting to take off is Guantarina for Stefan Lajage, pulling like a train. No retreats just in behind, and the last two, Royal Scimitar alongside Byline. So as they head towards the end of the back straight, and it is now Guantarina who moves on from Northern Express. Ecosystem, they're followed by Jehangir. No retreat. Royal Scimitar and Byline is the back marker. So they've less than 800 to go, approaching the turn. Guantarina's in front. Northern Express is sitting in second in the green and red. Ecosystem called on for an effort. On the inside is Jehangir. Byline and no retreat. The big two haven't shown their hand yet. The one travelling nicely to the outside is no retreat. Meanwhile, Ibrahim Nada is asking Byline. Needs a little bit of luck in running as well. 300 to go. The one with the clear passage down the outside is no retreat. Heading down towards the 200. No retreat's gone a couple of lengths clear. Byline between horses. Squeezes through. Takes second place. But the bird has flown. And that bird is no retreat. Revenge is sweet for no retreat. No retreat, the winner. Byline second, close third, Northern Express perhaps third. Jehangir and Royal Scimitar cross the line together. They're clear of Ecosystem and Guantarina. No retreat has won the domestic Grade 1, the Bahrain Mile, and had a dream run down the outside, a double for Callum Shepherd, victory for Victorious Forever and George Scott. Let's take a look at the closing stages. Well, as we pick it up on this replay into the last 200, the bird had flown. That was no retreat. Clear. Byline perhaps didn't get the rub of the green, but then nevertheless no retreat. You can't take it away from no retreat because he was the decisive winner this evening. So provisional numbers 5, 1 and 6 would be a photo for fourth place. First, number 5, no retreat. Second, number 1, Byline, and third was number 6, Northern Express. It is Victorious Forever, George Scott and Callum Shepherd. No retreat.
Yeah, they're not representing the Crown Prince's Cup as a duo this year in these colours. It's tended to be their day, but they've had big race success now on this card once again. No retreat it is who has won, and that was emphatic. The vibes were positive going into today, and you can see why. Yeah, no wonder George Scott was so bullish. He's been training well, this horse, and he looks an improved horse for sure. Everything was pretty simple and smooth for Callum Shepherd, who just sat towards the sort of mid-rear off of what was, in the end, a strong pace. This horse travelled smoothly, and when asked to quicken, he's put lengths between himself and the field with such ease. Byline, for me, didn't look happy from the off. He was towards the rear. Ibrahim was actually asking him a question before they even turned into the home straight. He stayed on slowly, kind of plugged on, but I don't think he really fired. Even at his best, would he have beaten no retreat today? Possibly not. But I still don't think that we've seen the best of Byline this afternoon. But what we have seen is the absolute best of no retreat. And he is a horse, now his confidence is up, and now that they've clearly got the key to him, that could continue to improve and go through the grades now. What will be fascinating is where next is the Al Methaq Mile. They could consider as part of the King's Cup Festival. He was dominant, oh so dominant there. And yes, I take the point completely that Byline has probably underperformed and found himself a long way back, but he looked a little laboured compared to his usual smooth travelling. It wasn't Callum's day yesterday, but that is now a double on the second of the two-day Crown Prince's Cup, and there's a bit of a smile back on his face again, isn't there? Could it be 3? Well, we'll find out. Ali, let's get to you.
Yes, all smiles then from our winning jockey. Congratulations, Callum. Hopes were high with this horse, and he was impressive, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was very good. He was really smooth. He's just seemed to have taken a big leap forward the last 2 starts. I love the distance he's putting between himself and his rivals, and hopefully can continue to climb.
Yeah, how do you rate him when you're looking at sort of some of the international races ahead?
Yeah, sure. He certainly earned his place in, you know, we're pretty much justified wherever he goes now, and yeah, just thrilled with him. He's a proper stakes horse now.
Looking forward to riding Nestorn in the big one?
Absolutely, yeah, looking forward to it.
Well, a double already then on the day for Callum Shepherd, victorious on this day in the last 2 years with Phantom Flight and Isle of Jura, and back in the winner's enclosure with No Retreat winning the Bahrain Mile.
Yeah, and as a contest, that was all over a long, long way from home. A smooth travelling horse who's quickened up very, very well there to make it 2 from 3 in Bahrain. It was a £3 reversal at the weights with Byline on this occasion, which swung it in the direction of this horse. £3 or not, that was a dominant success, and I think the extra weight, or the change of weight scenario, was almost immaterial, the way that he's gone and won there. He's now putting himself into the stakes picture, as Callum said. So his confidence is high. He'll won 3 in a row in the Crown Prince's Cup. Is it going to happen with Nestorn?
It's not out of the question, that is for sure. Look, he's got to bounce back, hasn't he, from last time, but you just wouldn't be surprised to see that happen. George Baker knows how to get these horses absolutely spot on for a big day. That man there, Callum Shepherd, knows how to get them in the right positions if they're good enough on a big day here as well. So I definitely don't think it's out of question for sure. In terms of No Retreat himself, look, he's got a long way to go, but the mile is an open division. Back in Europe, it certainly is. We've seen multiple different winners of our Group 2s and Group 1 races over the summer back in the UK and Europe. Is he going to end up having, on the back of a really successful campaign over here in Bahrain, improved enough to be competitive in those types of races? We've seen George Scott do it previously with the likes of Isle of Jura, come through the ranks, go on to win at Royal Ascot. Could this horse be one that could follow in similar types of footsteps? I think he's going to end up being too good for the likes of the Royal Hunt Cup. So is he going to become potentially a Queen Anne contender? Who knows? I think if he carries on the way he's going, it just would not be out of the question. These horses seem to improve so much for winters away.
Don't they just? And a few people might have been fooled by Isle of Jura, what he was doing a couple of years ago, but not so now. And of course, it is a day marked by significant royal patronage here in Bahrain. It is Crown Prince's Cup Festival, and delighted to be joined by His Royal Highness Salman bin Hamad Al Khalifa, Prime Minister of Bahrain, and indeed the Crown Prince, who is here on his special day. And what a superb afternoon of racing it has been as we head on into the evening with the big race of the day only a few minutes away.
So we come to the trophy presentation for the Bahrain Mile. This one's sponsored by BBK, and delighted to have Tariq Asafa to present the trophy to Winning Connections. Well done to No Retreat, winning in the victorious Forever colours. Well done to winning trainer George Scott, winning jockey Callum Shepherd, and His Highness Sheikh Khaled Al Khalifa receiving the trophy there on behalf of the winning owners, victorious forever. No Retreat, the winner of the Bahrain Mile.
Results of race 5, the Bahrain Mile, domestic grade 1, sponsored by BBK. First, number 5, No Retreat. Second, number 1, Byline. Third, number 6, Northern Express. Fourth, number 3, Jahangir. And fifth was number 7, Royal Scimitar. The distances, a decisive 4.5 lengths and 1 length. That's 4.5 lengths and 1 length. And the official time of the winning horse, 1 minute 35. That's 35.24. 1 minute 35.24. That result is official, and they've weighed in for race 5.
Well, No Retreat was fantastic in the Bahrain Mile. George, you were pretty confident before the race, but did you expect a margin of victory there?
Well, no, not necessarily, but I was very confident. Just because the horse has really grown up and really matured out here. And like, he's always been a horse that's shown a huge amount at home. And he's been a little bit unreliable, but Rosie gets on so well with him, and I'd have been very upset if he didn't win well.
What do you think about training out here? Why does that seem to suit him?
He loves a strict routine, and he doesn't take much work, and so, you know, when you're in the UK, there's sort of variable factors that change, but with here, it's the same thing every day. She enjoys, but look, today was a race of like some magnitude, but like bigger tests will await him now, and you know, he's got the physical capability to keep improving. So he goes to Qatar in 2 weeks. I'm looking forward to that.
I was going to say, what are those big targets? So Qatar's the next, and beyond that?
Well, you know, we'll see how we go there, but like maybe something like a Queen Anne at Royal Ascot. No, because he's not going to be able to run in the handicaps. And I really believe in this horse, but a straight mile would be a bit of a concern for me. I do think he's a horse that likes to go around a bend, because he does think about it a little bit. But like, we'll see, we'll take it one race at a time. You know, we'll see how Qatar goes. There might be another option maybe in Dubai or something, but it's sort of one race at a time. But I do love this horse.
And the horse is now coming into the parade ring for the big one. Obviously you won it the last twice, a bit strange not to be involved this year. I
know, I'm gutted, to be honest. I think I'm going to have to leave, so I don't watch it. No, but you know, it's a really good race again. Sovereign Spirit comes back. We decided to take Phantom Flight for the Neom in Saudi rather than run here, because we thought it was a once-in-a-life opportunity for Phantom, who's in the form of his life. So I hope they get a good, nice, clean race and the best horse wins. It'd be nice to see Sheikh Issa win it with Cracks King or something like that. But yeah, it's a good race. I'm sad not to be involved.
Phantom Flight, it all being well, will come back here for the King's Cup?
He will, yeah, that's the plan, yeah, absolutely, yeah. So he loves it here.
Well done with No Retreat.
Thanks, Ali. Thank you.
Prince, the outside, Hooker Dolphin, Sovereign Sprint, travels well in the red and black jacket, just missing with a confident looking Callum Shepherd, heading out, picked up, Sovereign Sprint is the one to be caught, Phantom Flight is the one trying to catch, Sovereign Sprint, Phantom Flight has gone there, and Callum expressed himself in style.
And that's the one that matters most on the evening. It is His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince's Cup of 2026, and it is one of the most significant races here in the Kingdom of Bahrain. And we're ticking to within minutes now of the big race of the day. George Scott, who's won it the last 2 years, just reflecting there with Ali Vance, saying that he's gutted not to be involved. He'll be watching on as 8 go to post in 2026. Let's confirm the runners for the Crown Prince's Cup. Champagne Prince is number 1, Benoit de Sayet. Number 2 is Cracks King, Ibrahim Nada. 3 is High Royal, Neil Callan. 4, who's going to be an outsider, King of the Throne. 5, Panning for Gold. 6, Sovereign Spirit under Paul Mulrennan. 7 is Tawarek, Stéphane Lejage. And Callum Shepherd, winning jockey in the last 2 years, been to make it 3 in a row and 3 on the night with number 8, Nestor. They are the runners and riders for His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince's Cup of 2026. Let's get to Darren.
Let's take a look at the runners in the paddock for our feature race then. His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince's Cup of 2026. Let's have a look at the field. Number 1, the grey Champagne Prince. 12 months ago, this horse was winning on the all-weather at Southwell over 2,200 metres. Ran a couple of weeks ago, was well held by Phantom Flight. That is number 1, Champagne Prince. Picking up on number 2, Cracks King. Cracks King, prominent in the international markets. This horse has won 3 races on the bounce from the distances of 2,200 to 2,400. Was second in the Saudi International Handicap last year. Number 2, the talented Cracks King. Moving on to number 3, High Royal. We saw High Royal in winning action over 1,800 metres here this winter. This horse back in 2023 was placed in 2 classics at Newmarket and the Curragh. Number 4, King of the Throne. Been outsider today, winner over 2,400 metres. This horse this winter, that's King of the Throne. Number 5 is Panning for Gold. The last time this horse hit the jackpot was in February of 2024. That was in the HOWDEN Cup. Panning for Gold's last run, that was a couple of weeks ago, finished 3rd behind Phantom Flight. That's Panning for Gold. Picking up on number 8, Nestor. Unplaced last time, but the time before was a winner over in the Al Maharet Cup over 1,800 metres. Now trained by George Baker, formerly trained by Francis Henri Graffard. Winner in France, winner here in Bahrain. That's number 8, Nestor. So they are just a few of the runners for the Crown Prince's Cup. Let's join Ali.
And I am with Team Nestor, who are here in force. I'm going to start off with you, George. What are hopes heading into this big race? A big step up for him.
Yeah, massive step up. But look, this will define where we go for the rest of the season. It's the right time to be dipping the toe because there are some lovely races outside of the Turf Series beyond today. Yeah, we're rolling the dice and tilting at windmills and all the old cliches. But we've got a fantastic bunch of owners here. And, you know, I think on the back of that first win in the Turf Series, he justifies being here. it's a big, big ask, but we're here, and they're being incredibly kind to me and saying they're not going to move him away from me, whatever happens today.
That's all good news. He's walking around the paddock, I have to say, so relaxed. Valerie, you just described him as a big Labrador, though.
Well, he's so affectionate, but he's also a brilliant racehorse. So the combination, he has a big heart.
How much have you enjoyed the last few months since getting involved with George Baker and having a horse out here?
He's a great trainer, actually. He's very intelligent, knows his stuff. We're very happy.
You guys are all nodding along, JP. You've enjoyed the journey?
Absolutely. It's just been fantastic from day one. And, you know, who would have believed it? First run, first win.
Did you have horses with George before, or is it a matter of...
With George.
With George.
This is my first horse, so first race, first win. I wanted to retire him after that. I was 100% record, but you know, hopefully it goes on to bigger and better things.
And Jamie, I have to have a few words with you. How did you guys get involved?
Oh, literally the same. We were very lucky to go to the Owners' Day a few months ago. So dipped the toe in and first flat horse and had a winner first up. So yeah, great experience and loving it out here.
Here you are running in a Grade 3, Group 3. So this is quite a great story. Good luck to all of you.
Very surreal experience, and we're looking forward to it.
Enjoy it, win or lose.
Thank you. Thank you.
And especially...
And there is their good hope, big hope, Nestorn, who's on the way down for Team George Baker, and one of the 8 that goes forward for the Crown Prince's Cup in the owner's colours of the Have Horse Will Travel Partnership. That pretty much sums it up for them, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Look, George is becoming a bit of a force over here, isn't he?
He is.
Bringing more and more horses over, looking for them back in the UK that may be able to make their way over to Bahrain, have a successful campaign, and then mix it back in Europe as well. And Nestorn, obviously, winning on his debut over here was such an incredible result. Didn't quite go to plan last time, but hopefully he can bounce back from that. And I'm pretty sure that all connections will be rather happy to see their rider in the winner's enclosure on a couple of occasions already tonight. He's really on one of those Callum Shepherd roles, and for whatever reason, when he seems to start winning on these types of evenings, it's not often that he stops winning either. So, look, I genuinely think that this horse can close the gap back on High Royal, especially after defeating him over this distance on their previous start or meeting. And last time, I'm just not sure Nestorn was quite at his very best.
International market for this big race, concentrating around the likes of Sovereign Spirit, King's Cup winner, High Royal, you've mentioned, Cracks King as well. Are they the leading 3 for you on form? I know you've just, of course, majored on Nestorn.
Tell you who I thought looked incredible, and it's easy to say, but Sovereign Spirit looked a picture. He's ultra consistent. He was tough last time. He probably is better over further, but a winner over this distance last time should set him up nicely.
Let's get to Ali.
And let's get the thoughts of Sovereign Spirit's owner, Ibrahim Alafu. Ibrahim, firstly, what a horse he's been for you in connections and flying the flag for Bahrain.
Yes, he's been a great horse for us. We've been very, very lucky to have him. We've had a few good runs with him, and hopefully he continues.
How do you feel he's gone so far this season with his 2 runs?
He's done very, very well. I mean, he's got a couple of wins, so it's very, very good. He has his preparatory race I think last month, and he won it, and hopefully he'll carry on.
King's Cup winner over 2,400. Do you feel the extended distance is better for him? How do you feel about the 2,000 metre distance?
The 2,000 metres or 2,200 or 2,400 is the best distance. It just depends how the pace goes. And hopefully there'll be a good pace, and the main thing for him is just to settle down in the race. But of course, saying that, there's a lot of good horses available with us. I mean, don't want to name a lot, but I mean, there are 4 or 5 very, very good horses.
Any one in particular that you fear the most?
I think there's 3 or 4, but I don't want to say any names.
And what would be the plans with Sovereign Spirit all going well? Will you hope to travel him again?
What do you mean?
To Saudi?
Hopefully, yes. We've been invited to Saudi into the handicap race, and we'll see how he goes on today.
All the best.
Thank you very much.
There are 3 or 4 to fear. Last year's King's Cup winner is second in this race. Sovereign Spirit is there. One of the forces of this season, Ibrahim, the champion jockey, Dan and Claire Kubler, what a great start they've made. Yes, it wasn't for Byline, but it'd be rich compensation if Cracks King were to win.
It would, and look, he's up there on the ratings, isn't he? He's taken well to his life over here. But again, not dissimilar to Sovereign Spirit. The 2400 meters seems to probably be more suitable. Now, Sovereign Spirit probably has got that little bit more speed than Cracks King, and I fear the distance more for this horse. I don't doubt his ability. We've seen how well he's taken to life over here, but I just think he's a relentless stayer, and there could be one or two horses that have a little bit more speed.
$200,000 for the Crown Prince's Cup of 2026. The loading process will shortly begin. We're only 2 minutes away from post time, so with the 8 assembled and they all stand their ground, I'm going to trouble you for the short list. You're 1, 2, 3.
Oh, I've got 3, but I don't know which order.
Okay, come on in.
I'm going to read them out in race card order, okay? Nice. High Royal, Sovereign Spirit, and Nesthorn. They're my 1, 2, 3, but I can't decide in which order they're going to finish in.
Okay.
Which is not ideal, because ideally we want to try and get them in the right position.
So the speed of High Royal, the stamina of Sovereign Spirit, where's the battle going to be won and lost, do you think?
Well, that's the thing. Tactically, it's fascinating, isn't it? Because we've got horses here that really do need it to be a test of stamina. For example, Cracks King. Champagne Prince is no bad horse on a real going day. Could he go forward? Look, I think it's fascinating. I presume Panning for Gold could well go forward and help High Royal get a just nice, even tempo. It's wide open. The same with King of the Throne. Could he be a pacemaker for Sovereign Spirit? The more I look at it, the more I think it could go the way of Sovereign Spirit, but I'm torn. I'm really torn. I think this is such a strong renewal.
I can't wait. And it's over 2,000 metres. First leg of the Triple Crown. Second leg will be 2.5 weeks or thereabouts, I should say, into February. That's over 2,200 metres. For the King's Cup, the third and final leg over 2,400 metres. Time for the Crown Prince's Cup. Here's our big race caller, Darren Owen.
So runners going into the starting stalls for this Group 3. Here's Royal Highness the Crown Prince's Cup, sponsored by Sabaco. Cracks King is the next one to load at the 2,000 metre start. Still quite a few out of line. High Royal has been equipped with the blindfold. Tawarek is still to go. Champagne Prince is out of line. And Sovereign Spirit, last year's runner-up, is also to move into place. 3 to go. Champagne Prince the next one. Tawarek and Sovereign Spirit to complete the loading. Sovereign Spirit to load for the Crown Prince's Cup. Stand by. All in. They're ready. They're off for the Crown Prince's Cup of 26, 2,000 metres in front of them. A road along on the inside. King of the Throne steps forward to make the running. King of the Throne from Sovereign Spirit. They're being followed by Cracks King, High Royal, Champagne Prince, Nesthorn, Tawarek, and Panning for Gold is at the back as they go towards the first turn. All the others seem to be happy to get this lead from King of the Throne. King of the Throne, the leader. Sovereign Spirit, second place, about 2.5 lengths adrift. Break then of 3 lengths to High Royal. Half a length to Champagne Prince, who's 2 in advance of Cracks King, Dark Blue Jacket. Then Nesthorn, Tawarek, and Panning for Gold is the trailer. Less than 1,400 to go, and the pace looks pretty gentle now. King of the Throne in front. Sovereign Spirit is still 2.5 lengths down in second. Just over a length away to Champagne Prince, who's along the outside of High Royal with the white cap. Cracks King just in behind with Nesthorn for company. Then Tawarek, and last of all, Panning for Gold. So they are back to leave the back straight. Less than 1,000 metres to go, and it is King of the Throne still in charge. King of the Throne being tracked every step of the way by Sovereign Spirit, with Champagne Prince to their outside. High Royal runs the rail. Then Nesthorn, followed by Cracks King, Tawarek, and Panning for Gold will turn into the straight last of all. 600 to go, and Sovereign Spirit's gone for home in the hands of Paul Mulrennan. High Royal driven second. Champagne Prince under the pump third. Cracks King trying to get into the race. They're followed by Panning for Gold, Tawarek. Nesthorn hasn't picked up. King of the Throne, the back marker. 300 from the finish. Sovereign Spirit, last year's runner-up, in front by 3 lengths. Can he keep going? Cracks King is staying on in second place. High Royal to the outside of Panning for Gold. It's still Sovereign Spirit. It's a long 200 metres for Sovereign Spirit now. Sovereign Spirit. Cracks King is really running on. Sovereign Spirit
Sprint and Cracks King, great finish. High Royal panning for gold, close in behind, and they're followed by Tawarek, Champagne Prince, Nestorn, and King of the Throne. Tremendous finish. He committed a long way from home. Sovereign Spirit, the favourite. Cracks King was eating up the ground every yard of the way inside that final, probably long, very long 200 metres for Sovereign Spirit. But Cracks King flew home down the outside. Sovereign Spirit was the one who was all out. Let's have a look at the closing stage in a second. Paul Mulrennan, Sovereign Spirit, the King's Cup winner from last year, runner-up in this race 12 months ago. That is close. That is close. I'm still probably going to favour Sovereign Spirit on that. It is close. Sovereign Spirit and Cracks King, and they were a few lengths on from High Royal and Panning for Gold, who dispute third. Judge probably just having a look at this. Very, very close call. I'm not going to change my mind. Still think Sovereign Spirit has probably just held on in the hands of Paul Mulrennan, but that's not official. We are waiting. We are still waiting for the judge to confirm these placings as we look at that final lung-bursting 200 metres for Sovereign Spirit. Look at Cracks King. And the Cracks King getting great. Ibrahim Nada got a great tune out of Cracks King in the last 50 metres, was eating up the ground. Sovereign Spirit sticking his neck out. Cracks King closing with every step. Sovereign Spirit, Cracks King a few lengths on from High Royal and Panning for Gold, and I can put you out of your misery. Sovereign Spirit has won. Sovereign Spirit is the official winner of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's Cup, sponsored by Subaco, owned by Alafu Racing, trained by Jama Ramadan, and Paul Mulrennan, the winning jockey. Sovereign Spirit, and Ali is trackside.
Can breathe a sigh of relief, Paul. Well done. That final furlong must have felt very long.
Yeah, I probably ended up just getting there a little bit too soon, but he was going so well and I hated to disappoint him. I know he won at Beverley over 1.5 miles for Andrew Baldwin, so I thought he stays well, and he's very genuine, and he put his head down right on the line.
You did your homework on him, but what kind of feel did he give you?
Listen, I was just a passenger. He travelled around real strong. He's a lovely big horse. That's 3 on the trot now he's won. Just great to be over here and to ride the locals, a big winner.
And tick off for another big race for your CV. This is a very significant race here.
Yes, that's it. It beats being at home as well in the rain. But no, like I say, it's great to come here and ride a nice winner.
A nice winner, a Group 3 winner worth $200,000 US. Well done to Paul Mulrennan on Sovereign Spirit.
Well, the difference in that photo finish, a whisker in it, but 80,000 US, the different prize from first back to second. Paul Mulrennan will be glad he hung on, and 2 of the major players fighting out the finish to the Crown Prince's Cup. On top, Sovereign Spirit just denying and holding on Cracks King in a thriller, Meg.
Yeah, he's going to be a popular winner, isn't he? He's one of the favourites for all the locals, that is for sure. And what an opportunity for Paul Mulrennan to come over here and showcase his talent. I just feel as though Paul probably didn't have the pacemaker to take him long enough. King of the Throne just sort of took him into the home straight, and Paul could have done with another couple 100 metres just to drag him into the final 300 even. But the pacemaker dropped away. He was left there in front, having travelled so well into the race. Everything was smooth, but he got a little bit lonely out in front. Cracks King really tried hard to reel him in, but Paul Mulrennan has managed to hold on by the skin of his teeth with Sovereign Spirit. He's such a talented horse. We know he's an absolute favourite over here, a multiple, now 10-time winner. Yeah, he's pretty special.
Isn't he just? King's Cup winner last year. He's got the invite, as the owner was saying, to Saudi Arabia back in, or next month, a race where he finished 7th last year. Probably go a couple better, surely, based on the way that he is now. It might seem a silly thing to say at the age of 6, but for a horse we associate with getting further, do you think he might be getting a bit quicker?
I don't disagree. You know, the way he travels through, and they're so powerful. Look, he's a talented horse, and I'm looking forward to hearing where he might end up going next. Is it definitely going to be Saudi?
Let's go to Ali.
Well, I've got the winning trainer, Jabba Ramadan, alongside me. Jabba, you said you're very nervous in that wait for that result.
No, I was nervous, yeah, but you know, last on the finish line, I thought, oh my God. So, no, thanks God. Jockey's brilliant, give him a brilliant ride. It was fast race, so happy days.
He just said that he had to let him go because he was travelling so well.
I know. It was no strong pace, and I had a pacemaker, but so nobody was traveling with him. He had to do it, so great job. Thanks, jockey.
And a huge sense of relief, I'm sure, for you. You looked pretty nervous before the race. He's a very important horse for you, for the kingdom, and looking to some big targets abroad.
Well, of course, because he's a proper horse, and when he's running, I really get nervous, and I have a lot of hope. Saudi and King's Cup, hopefully.
Yeah, some big race targets ahead, but enjoy this one, a Group 3 win for him. Well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Jabba Ramadan, well done indeed. He already had a 1-2 earlier in the evening, but this was the one that mattered the most. Sovereign Spirit beating Cracks King, beating High and Royal. Strong front three there. Padding for Gold was in fourth. There was a fair gap between second back to third, and one or two of them perhaps feeling the heat late on. Sovereign Spirit, though, didn't. Let's see the concluding stages once again. Meg Nichols alongside providing the analysis. Your winner, the Crown Prince's Cup rug adorned. Tell you what, we'll give you replays in a few moments. Let's get to Ali.
Well, Ibrahim, we spoke before the race. He did it, just.
Yeah, just did it. I mean, like we said, I mean, there's a few good horses in the race. One of them was Craxy, of course. Fantastic horse. The pace suited him at the beginning. We would have liked more pace on it. We had a pacemaker for us, but that wasn't enough for us. And if it was more grouped, it would have been better. But end of the day, he got daylight, I think, in the straight, and he had to go. He had no other choice. He just had to go.
At the end of the day, he's a Crown Prince's Cup winner now. And for you, who put so much into the game, you buy an awful lot of horses, you run them here, you enjoy the sport so much. What does that mean to you?
It means a lot. It means a lot. I mean, these cups are hard to get, and you wait for years and years to have a horse to actually compete in this. And you know, it's at the end of the day, it's a Crown Prince's Cup, which is a major, you know, target for us.
And will look very nice on the mantelpiece. Then.
Appreciate it very much, Ali.
Yeah, put the money in and dream, hope. When it materialises with a lovely horse like this, that's what it's all about. He'd already won a King's Cup, he's now won a Crown Prince's Cup. He needed the line, he wanted the line. Paul Mulrennan, a long way from home, sent this horse on. I didn't of, as you said, Meg alongside the pacemaker, crying enough. But quality, a bit of courage, speed, the lot has got him home.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, he's a powerful traveller, isn't he? And in order to be able to see out these races and for him to stay further, he just needs that strong tempo for him to relax. He got that for part of the race, but as we were saying, as he sort of turned into that home bend, his pacemaker dropped away and he's ended up in front a bit lowly, but he's been really tough to keep going. The running rail has certainly helped him as well, and I sort of feel as though when Cracks King did put that pressure on, he found that little bit extra that was needed.
Here in Bahrain, we race to win. From rider to driver, we're fueled by our pursuit of speed, our quest for greatness. We are searchers of silverware, collectors of championships. We chase milliseconds and margins. We chase something which can't be caught. We chase the speed of light, the heartbeat of time, where the track leaps for infinity, where winning is defined. If light is what we chase, speed is our stallion. We wrap our steeds in silk, forge our machines in carbon fiber, different forms, same passion. Time stands still. The world holds its breath.
It all comes down to this. It is time to crown a champion. And they're off. The title decider is underway.
Tunnel vision, hyper-focus. We chase the speed of light. Streaks, flashes, a glorious blur. The world around us disappears. No crowd, no noise, no doubt. Every decision is instinct. Every move commitment. We push to the limit. Reach for the edge. Give everything we have. Because victory lasts forever. When we cross the line, we are not alone. We carry our people and our pride. In that moment, Bahrain's destiny becomes its history. Our speed forever written in the tapestry of time. Speed is the song we sing on the global stage. The world listens, the world watches, the world remembers. This is the moment. This is our time. This is Bahrain at the speed of light.
Well, that was a very special demonstration of what Bahrain can offer. Horse racing, Formula One, it is the place. And I think the crowd here for Crown Prince's Cup Day enjoyed that, the wonderful show we have just enjoyed on the big screen. And the race wasn't bad either. The Crown Prince's Cup of 2026 won by Sovereign Spirit, holding on by a whisker from Cracksking, who was charging to the line. And with a couple of rounds still left of the Triple Crown, who bet against those two, matching up once again. I'm sure connections of the second, Meg Nichols alongside, would love to have another crack at Sovereign Spirit off the back of that, wouldn't they?
Quite clever that was. I'm sure they would like to have another crack with Cracksking.
Delighted, yeah. Didn't even mean it.
I think up in trip there could be a potential reverse in form.
Would you fancy that?
I just think Cracksking really is a proper stayer, and obviously we saw that here when he got caught for speed off the home bend and then just stayed right to the line. And even a stronger pace. Well, strong pace would technically suit both of them, but I think in terms of the stamina, then Cracksking could be the one that has that little extra.
Should we take it back to the start and give you the full replay of the Crown Prince's Cup? of 2026. We know who came out up on top, but we'll show you it from the start in just a few moments' time. There were only 8 that went out, one more than last year, admittedly, but it was a bit of a sedate pace from the word go, wasn't it? And that would have worried me as regards Sovereign Spirit. We heard from the owner. I think he was talking about the pace set up early. I have my doubts personally.
When the gates first opened, I was thinking, oh no, we're going to have no pace whatsoever, but Ahmed Maki was keen to then get King of Throne to the front to set that pace for Sovereign Spirit, who got that position locked up in box seat. Now you can see here, it looks like it's slow. They're all trying to get in position, but as they turn into the back straight, King of the Throne starts to open up and go a slightly more even gallop and allow Sovereign Spirit to relax. He's tanking along under Paul Morenon, but they've got a little break on the field. Halfway down the back straight, what I noticed, which was quite interesting, is Cracks King on the rail and also Nesthorn upsides him come together. They get a bit of an argy-barge here.
Yeah.
They get into a bit of a fighting match. Callum Shepherd wants to stay in. Ibrahim wants to come out. They sort of set each other alight, and that's when Cracks King starts to be a bit keen, as does Nesthorn. They've had a bit of a fighting match down the back straight and taken each other out of that rhythm. That did cost Cracks King a little bit of momentum, personally, I would think. But Paul Morenon was always in prime position, locked up in box seat, and at this stage he would have been happy with his pacemaker.
So when you look at the margin of defeat for Cracks King, it's pretty stark, it's pretty apparent. When the pace lifted, when Paul Morenon was left in box position A, has track position just totally determined the outcome here?
It has here. Look, Cracks King's been stopped in his run round the bend as King of Thrones starts stopping. Now, probably affected both of the horses in different ways. Our winner, Sovereign Spirit, needed that lead for longer. When his pacemaker dropped away, it left him there. He was then the sitting duck, wasn't he? He was there to be caught, left out in front lonely on his own. In comparison, Cracks King has been stopped in his run, a check of momentum before trying to run on down the home straight. I don't think there's any obvious excuses for High Royal, who's run with credit. Bit disappointing probably from Nesthorn, but I do think he was taken out of his rhythm down the back straight, never really recovered from that.
Right, so if they meet again, are you team Cracks King or are you team Sovereign Spirit? Well, it's 2,200 next time, 2,400 for the King's Cup, assuming they went there after Saudi.
So we're saying 24 next time.
Another 400 metres.
Another 400 Cracks King.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, there you go.
We'll find out. Hopefully, they'll do battle again. That was our feature race of the 6 we've enjoyed so far.
They're off. And that was a slow start for Obeyan 1777, number 6 on the card, getting a lot of rousting along there at the back end of the field. Also slow to find stride was Tuwaisan. Meanwhile, it is Kohelan Al Adiat who matches strides with Al Crush, and those two are having a bit of a speed duel early. They're about 3 lengths clear of number 8 Obeyan. 2 lengths further back to the grey Musanan, who's on the outside of Al Shawaf, and Al Saklawi's in behind, as number 6 Obeyan now begins to find his stride and progresses out wide. Al Saklawi is behind that one, and then number 7 Obeyan is off the pace with Tuwaisan. They're down the side of the track, and it is Kohelan Al Adiat in front, heading towards the final bend. Over 600 left to go. 6 Obeyan to the outside for Rosie Jessup. Blue and white jacket of number 8 Obeyan between horses. Musan and Neil Callan pushing away on Musan and the grey, who is to the right. Al Saklawi is about 4 lengths or so off the speed. They've got 400 left to go, and it is Kohelan Al Adiat being followed by number 8 Obeyan. Musanan to the wide outside. Al Saklawi wants a say in this finish. Just in behind these is number 6 Obeyan. They head now towards the last 200 metres. They're right across the course. Kohelan Al Adiat is sticking to its task to the far rail, with Al Saklawi down the centre of the track. And look to the near side. Here comes Tuwaisan. Tuwaisan jumping out of the ground to the near side. Over on the far rail is Kohelan Al Adiat. The width of the course separates them. Tuwaisan and Kohelan Al Adiat. That was close, with Al Saklawi just in behind, and then number 8 Obeyan. And they're off. An awkward start there from Wakia. Now tucks in behind them. Away smartly was Shagadi far side. The grey Zeal is galloping down the centre of the course. The near side Black Pearl Luna is on the premises. Son of Zeus is being held up by Lee Newman. Wakia the mare follows. Over to the far side is Shagadi. On the near side a Black Pearl followed by Zeal. Then Luna and Wakia with Son of Zeus bringing up the rear as they head down towards the final 400 metres. Shagadi now being pushed along vigorously to the far side. To the right is Black Pearl, Red Cap of Wakia, and now the grey Zeal being asked to find top gear. Heading down towards the last 400, it is Shagadi. Zeal is going to have to fight here to get on terms. Wakia is following, and now Zeal is on terms, and Zeal is in familiar territory. In front, Zeal for a 9th win is the winner. Second place Wakia, close third, involving Luna and Son of Zeus. They're being followed by Shagadi and Black Pearl. So it is Zeal, the number 1, who comes out on top. Had to work to get there. And they're off. Bit of a slow start there for Garleb, and over to the far side, Aparaheo driven along. Vlad began sharply with Bartha for company. Also on the speed is Wojtek, Gwen John being towed along Garsman. On the near side is Rahi to the right in the mainly white jacket, being followed by Neptune. The one who's tailed off is Garleb. Down the centre of the course, it's Bartha who's in front, followed by Wojtek, Vlad. Near side is Rahi. Neptunian's not too far off them. Then Gwen John. Max Cruz is to the left in company with Aparaheo. Brooklyn 99 hasn't landed a blow, nor to the thin blue line. Further back to Laba Laba. Heading now inside the final 300, it is Vlad and Bartha, those two together, followed by Gwen John, and now drifting towards the centre, Rahi. Into the last 200, it is Vlad from Bartha in second. Gwen John is in third. Vlad is in front. Gwen John is running on towards the finish. Vlad holds on from Gwen John second, Bartha third. Neptunian, Wojtek, Brooklyn 99, Rahi and Laba Laba all cross the line together in behind. Ready, and they're off. Two of them just getting a bit stirred up before the off, and away smartly is Devast in the centre. To the left is Alza here. Chandigarh prominent, so too What a Business, followed by Desert Cop, and then Edward Cornelius, Grand City Hall, and last of all is Grand Graves pulling pretty hard. So they head down towards the 800 metre marker, and it is Devast with a narrow advantage. The dark jacket in the centre, Chandigarh to the near side, the blue and orange of What a Business. Alza here is only about 2 lengths off the speed, and Grand Grey now steps forward. They're followed by Grand City Hall, Desert Cop, and Edward Cornelius, who's outpaced, heading towards the 400 metre pole. And in the centre, Devast from Chandigarh. On the near side, Grand Grey, and just in behind the leaders, Grand City Hall coming there with a run far side. Further back to Alza here, Chandigarh and Devast, followed by Grand Grey, and then Grand City Hall inside the 200 metre marker, and it is Chandigarh from Devast, and over on the far side, Grand City Hall. Desert Cop running on, but Chandigarh's in front. Chandigarh the winner. Desert Cop second place, and a whole host of Al Muhammadiyah racing horses involved for third position. Devast, who was alongside Grand City Hall and Edward Cornelius. That's it, they're set, the Bahrain Mile, and they're off. Breaking up along the inside was Jehangir. Byline in the dark blue jacket. Northern Express to the outside between horses is Guantarina. No Retreat settles down behind the pace setters. Ecosystem is now taking a prominent role. Royal Scimitar's the one who drops out last of all. It is Paul Mulrennan aboard Northern Express going along in front by about a length to Ecosystem. On the inside, Jehangir wanting to take off is Guantarina for Stefan Lajaj, pulling like a train. No Retreat just in behind, and the last two, Royal Scimitar alongside Byline. So as they head towards the end of the back straight, and it is now Guantarina who moves on from Northern Express, Ecosystem. They're followed by Jehangir, No Retreat, Royal Scimitar, and Byline is the back marker. So they've less than 800 to go, approaching the turn. Guantarina's in front. Northern Express is sitting in second in the green and red. Ecosystem called on for an effort. On the inside is Jehangir. here. Byline and No Retreat. The big two haven't shown their hand yet. The one travelling nicely to the outside is No Retreat. Meanwhile, Ibrahim is asking Byline. Needs a little bit of luck in running as well. 300 to go. The one with the clear passage down the outside is No Retreat. Heading down towards the 200. No Retreat's gone a couple of lengths clear. Byline between horses. Squeezes through. Takes second place. But the bird has flown. And that bird is No Retreat. Revenge is sweet for No Retreat. No Retreat the winner. Byline second. Close third. Northern Express perhaps third. Jehangir and Royal Scimitar cross the line together. They're clear of Ecosystem and Guantarina. They're ready. They're off for the Crown Prince's Cup of 26, 2,000 metres in front of them. A road along on the inside. King of the Throne steps forward to make the running. King of the Throne from Sovereign Spirit. They're being followed by Cracks King, High Royal, Champagne Prince, Nestorn, Tawarek, and Panning for Gold is at the back as they go towards the first turn. All the others seem to be happy to get this lead from King of the Throne. King of the Throne, the leader. Sovereign Spirit, second place, about 2.5 lengths adrift. Break then of 3 lengths to High Royal. Half a length to Champagne Prince, who's 2 in advance of Cracks King Dark Blue Jacket. Then Nestorn, Tawarek, and Panning for Gold is the trailer. Less than 1,400 to go, and the pace looks pretty gentle now. King of the Throne in front. Sovereign Spirit is still 2.5 lengths down in second. Just over a length away to Champagne Prince, who's along the outside of High Royal with the white cap. Cracks King just in behind with Nestorn for company. Then Tawarek, and last of all, Panning for Gold. So they are back to lead the back straight. Less than 1,000 metres to go, and it is King of the Throne still in charge. King of the Throne being tracked every step of the way by Sovereign Spirit, with Champagne Prince to their outside. High Royal runs the rail. Then Nestorn, followed by Cracks King, Tawarek, and Panning for Gold will turn into the straight last of all. 600 to go, and Sovereign Spirit's gone for home in the hands of Paul Mulrennan. High Royal driven second. Champagne Prince under the pump third. Cracks King trying to get into the race. They're followed by Panning for Gold, Tawarek. Nestorn hasn't picked up. King of the Throne, the back marker. 300 from the finish. Sovereign Spirit, last year's runner-up, in front by 3 lengths. Can he keep going? Cracks King is staying on in second place. High Royal to the outside of Panning for Gold. It's still Sovereign Spirit. It's a long 200 metres for Sovereign Spirit now. Sovereign Spirit. Cracks King is really running on. Sovereign Spirit tries to hold on and probably just does so. Sovereign Spirit and Cracks King, great finish. High Royal, Panning for Gold close in behind, and they're followed by Tawarek, Champagne Prince, Nestorn, and King of the Throne. Tremendous finish.
Wasn't it just? That was a few moments ago. That was our feature race of the night, which was the His Royal Highness Crown Prince's Cup of 2026, and Sovereign Spirit just holding the late thrust of Cracks King. We've got 2 races still to go. The Bahrain Derby will be our last of 8, but more immediately we've got race 7, which is the 3rd and final Crown Prince's Cup of the evening. This is for the domestic horses. It is a Grade 1 race, and it's a very good one indeed. California is 1, 2 doesn't go. Hercules, note the jockey change. Rosie Jessup rides the 2024 Bahrain Derby winner. His Arm is 4 for Callum Shepherd, who looks at 3 on the night. Jabara is 5. Midhal is 6. Mudalal is 7. Sinjar is 8. Phoenix, 4 from 4 so far, is 9. Galatia, last year's winner, is 10. Jerusalema is 11. Mediterranean Moon, who won an Oaks here a few years ago, is 12. And Realm, 2 from 2, and one of a couple of horses to put an unbeaten record on the line is your last runner, 13. Let's get up to Darren Owen.
So looking forward to this domestic Grade 1, the Crown Prince's Cup for the local breds. We begin with a look at California. Has won 3 races already this winter, finished 3rd in last year's King's Cup. That's number 1, California. Number 4 is His Arm. Callum Shepherd takes the ride aboard His Arm. This horse was a winner in mid-December, winning by 3 parts of a length over 1,400. That's His Arm. Number 5 is Jabara. Paul Mulrennan, the big race-winning jockey, takes the ride aboard Jabara. Ran last week, was 3rd of 9, but was well held in the race won by Nice Lantern over 1,400 metres. 6, Midhal. Lewis Edmonds in the saddle aboard Midhal. Runner-up to Galatia 12 months ago in this very race. Was second when last seen in mid-December, but is a winner this winter. That's Midhal. 7 is Mudalal. The grey Jason Hart is aboard a horse that's won 9 times, including last time in early December by a very decisive 7 and a bit lengths. 8, Sinjar, an outsider today, has won 3 times in the past, but is a big outsider today. 9 is Phoenix, a rising star. Phoenix, unbeaten, 4 from 4, won a Grade 2 last time. A big player here for M&D Racing, Paul Smith and Lee Newman. Talking of big players, let's have a look at Galatia. Galatia has won 8 races, is an Oaks winner, one of 3 Oaks winners in this race. Won the Oaks back in 2024 and won this race in 2025. That's Galatia. Number 11 is Jerusalem, won last year's Oaks. This filly has won 3 races in total. Number 12 is Mediterranean Moon. Won 3 races last season here in the Kingdom and won the Oaks back in 2023. Number 12, Mediterranean Moon. Number 13, Realm. Looks an exciting prospect, Realm. The perfect 2 from 2. Won in January of last year. Realm, 2 from 2, as I say. Won by a convincing 3 3/4 lengths last time. Looks exciting.
So he's just given the leg up to Ibrahim Nada. Robert McDowell, how are you feeling with Galatia looking to defend her crown?
I'm feeling okay. We're all a little bit nervous, but I think that's normal in a race of this calibre.
She's come up against some good horses in the past, but this possibly her toughest test with the likes of Phoenix and Realm both unbeaten.
Absolutely, this is a completely different test for her, but this is what it is when you're racing in these good Grade 1 races. It's great for the sport that there's such competition, and we're hopeful that our filly's going to come out in front, but if she doesn't, that's racing.
What have you made of her 2 runs so far this season?
Her first run I was very happy with. I had massively underdone her. And it was just a run with a view to getting her back safe and sound, giving her some confidence. Her second run, which she won, I was very impressed with her. She did that pretty easily. She's come out of it well, and we feel she's training better than she ever has done.
And when you took over the job, you've only been here this season, and you inherit a horse like Galatia, the pressure certainly is there as well.
Absolutely. I say there's no pressure, but there absolutely is. But you have to try and ignore it and just do the job and get on with it, really.
Let's hope she does the job as well. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Robert McDowell, a really important horse for him at the early stage of his training career is this Sioux Nation mare, Galatia. She's 9 from 13. He was saying about having her undercooked first up for the season, but last time with that run under her belt, Meg, she was deadly.
She was. She looked back to her best, didn't she? And at this distance as well. Look, I think that she's a filly that is just ultra consistent, as we know, and even when she's been beaten, she's not been beaten very far. Now, she's the one we know has the solid form at this type of level. As I say, she's consistent and she's got the quality, but there's a few young pretenders in here that are slightly less exposed, but have unbeaten records, the likes of Phoenix and Realm, who are both interesting contenders.
Yeah, they're combined 6 for 6. We'll talk about them in a moment. Just a note, I think this horse came out late, Hercules, horse number 3, Rosie Jessup coming in for the ride, replacing Chepin Major, who's had a winner that stands down from this ride. Well, actually on Hercules, he won on this card last year. He won the Derby on this card 2 years ago. It's been his night, so we'll see if he can do that 3 years in a row. On the topic of the unbeaten pair, Phoenix, 4 for 4. How big a threat to Galatia?
Well, stepping up in grade and in trip this evening, but he's been pretty impressive so far to date, hasn't he? And look, it's hard to know how much there is still to come, but he's got a bit to find on the official ratings. He's done absolutely nothing wrong. No. And there could still be more to come. And look, he's a big, strong, look at him. He's a good-looking colt who holds plenty of condition. He looks a picture, and he's unbeaten. Is he going to be able to remain unbeaten after what is a step up in class now?
Interestingly enough, when the international markets I was lucky enough to have a scan of earlier, it had Phoenix and Galatia as near enough joint favourites. Phoenix, a big player for Paul Smith. Let's get to Ali.
Is with me now. Paul, he won the Derby trial a few weeks ago, but you've opted to race him in this, the Crown Prince's Cup, rather than the Derby. You obviously have high hopes.
Well, the Crown Prince Cup in Bahrain is a more important race than the Derby, and so we thought we'd take our chance.
How's he come out of that race?
Very well, very pleased with him.
And he's having his first start over 2,000 metres. Do you think that will suit?
Yeah, it's a step up in trip again. We're running against the older horses for the first time, but yeah, you can't stand still, you have to go forward.
He's got a bit to find on ratings with Galatia, but you feel there's plenty there?
Well, we'll find out today. I mean, we're going into the unknown, but yeah, we're happy to be here.
And for you, on a more personal level, you've taken over from your father this season. Nice to be represented in these big races.
Yes, yeah, of course. Yeah, it's always important to be here. So, but we like to be at the front as well.
You know the magnitude of this race, so good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, Paul Smith, who is got more than one representative in this race, but Phoenix a massive player. Of course, he's now the man with the licence, taking over from legendary father Alan. So we'll see. He said you can't stand still, and they won't want to do that. Phoenix is unbeaten, but so too is the Nathaniel mare at the bottom, Meg, who 2 starts, 2 wins, a year apart for Realm.
Yeah, returning in pretty good fashion over the 2,200 metres. So we know that she stays, and she's been impressive. Look, she's tall, she's raw, the time will have done her no harm whatsoever. She now is stepping up in grade, and she lacks a bit of experience against a few of her rivals, but you can't help but be impressed with what she's done so far in a small, short career, unbeaten, and I think it's fair to say on her return this year was even more impressive than on her debut, and she's every reason to step forward from that once again. So she has to be of interest. Tom McQuan booked to ride. Connections have 2 in this race, but I thought that this filly was the one, or this mare I should say, is the one that I would be most interested in.
Okay, we've talked about some of the leading players. Galatia, last year's winner, Phoenix unbeaten, Realm unbeaten as well. I'm going to pitch one at you, and this is one that I think will run well. It's the top horse, California. Yeah. It was third to Galatia last time, having been on a real winning run prior. It was third in the King's Cup last year, won the first 2 of last season as well. And at this point last year, California was on a real roll. I wouldn't underestimate.
No, I agree with you. That form is obviously tying in well with Galatia, isn't it? And he has got to reverse it by quite a few lengths, and I suppose the weight difference is quite telling as well. Yep. But he's a very consistent horse. He very rarely lets you down. I think that this trip, could it just stretch him? He's not slow. He has got a bit of speed, and maybe that is where he's a bit vulnerable, is in the last 200 metres where his stamina slightly just runs out for me. I don't doubt that he's got plenty of ability, but I just think he might be more effective slightly down in distance in comparison to Galatia, the mare, who does stay extremely well.
So she hits that turbo at the end of the race when perhaps others have cried enough. We are 1 minute exactly from post time for race 7, which is the third and final. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's Cup after the Purebred Arabians, the very much established horses, the class acts that we saw in our previous race. This is for the domestic runners. Very good horses they are as well. And one thing's for sure, they've been good and prompt. I don't want to put the mockers on it, Meg, but across the 2 days really, they've been good and prompt with their loading processes. Yeah. Getting in at reasonable intervals, big fields yesterday, nice and prompt is what you want to see.
Yeah, they've been, you know, the stalls team have been on absolute fire this week, that's for sure, sort of unsung heroes, aren't they? But all the horses have been loaded sharply. We've had plenty of fair starts, no one being left in the stalls really. So, you know, it has been good, plenty of credit to the team. The horses have all been well behaved, and it looks like they're doing exactly that. So they are loading pretty quickly down there for the Crown Prince's Cup.
Right, half a dozen to go forward. Here's Darren.
Runners moving up into the starting stalls now for His Royal Highness Crown Prince's Cup, this domestic Grade 1. It's as though His Arm was rather reluctant to join them down at the start, has been blindfolded for some time. Loading up well underway. Galatia, His Arm, Realm, Jabara and Sinjar are the ones we're waiting on. The one we're looking at there is His Arm, who was led to the start. So His Arm with the blindfold, 2,000 meter start, almost there. Jabara going in. So Sinjar and Realm are the 2 we're waiting on for this His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince's Cup, sponsored by Sabaco for the locally bred thoroughbreds. Realm has gone in. They're ready. And they're off. Running over 2,000 meters. And one of the first ones away was Midal in the center, with Mediterranean Moon right there with the leader. So too Jerusalema. The grey Mudalal is about 4 or 5 wide as they go into the first turn. The one driven on the extreme out in the light blue cap is Sinjar to get a prominent role, and Hercules is also well to the fore. Whilst that action unfolds up front, the last 2 are California and Jabara. So they swing to go down the far side, and it is His Arm on the inside of Sinjar. Jerusalema is just in behind them. Hercules posted 4 wide. Leaders are followed by the unbeaten Phoenix. Then the dark blue jacket of Midal, Mediterranean Moon and Mudalal follow. Realm is towards the back end now, just being passed by California. Galatia has got Jabara behind. They continue their progress down the far side to the final 1,000 meters, and it is His Arm on the inside of Jerusalema, with Hercules still wide in the purple jacket. Leaders followed by Phoenix and Midal. well. Then Sinjar was driven early. California gradually getting closer. Mudalal and Mediterranean Moon are next, followed by Rel Galatia in the light blue jacket, just being shaken up there, and is a few lengths clear of Jabara. So they're on the run now to the last 600 meters, and it is Hizam on the inside of Jerusalema, Hercules, and Phoenix is just in behind them. They're followed by Midal as they make the homeward turn. California, brown sleeves, and now beginning to wind up is Galatia, but still has work to do. Realm is closing in, 400 meters left to go, and it is Midal who takes over. Galatia and Realm are coming with big efforts into the last 300 meters. Realm, last year's winner, Galatia to the outside, and then back in third is Midal, and it is Realm from Galatia, and Realm's got the lead. Galatia's heart will be broken by Realm, who looked exciting last time and is exciting. Realm the winner, Galatia second, Midal third, close fourth, maybe just Phoenix ahead of California. So it's Realm, the winner. Tom Marquand aboard Realm. She's unbeaten, 3 from 3 for this mare by Nathaniel. She won in January of last year, had 12 months off, returned to action a few weeks ago with a very comfortable win, and she's really stepped up here with this big win in the Crown Prince's Cup, a domestic Grade 1, and she's beaten Galatia. So if ever you needed a solid, reliable local yardstick, you've got it in Galatia, so that's top form. Realm the winner, Galatia second. Midhal has got third place and was followed in fourth position by Phoenix. So 13 Realm is the winner, 10 Galatia second, 6 Midhal third, and the fourth place horse was number 9 Phoenix. Realm the winner, 3 from 3 now, and the winner of the Crown Prince's Cup.
Goodness me, a new star. That was impressive. Realm, unbeaten, perfect 3 from 3. This is the first time we've seen her put races together back to back within the space of weeks rather than a year. She's bred to stay very, very well. Nathaniel out of a Golden Horn mare. She's already got the 2200, and she's absolutely flown at the end of the 2000 metres to beat the right horses and beat them comprehensively.
Yeah, look, that was a very impressive performance, wasn't it? She still shows a little bit of immaturity, but the engine is huge. And when she's hit the front, she's ran around a little bit and got a bit lonely. But my word, she put distance between herself and the field with ease. I think this is a pretty talented mare.
Yeah.
She's really romped home. I mean, she's beaten a strong field, and Glacier, we know, is such a solid performer. She's come to win her race, but Realm is the one that really quick and clear. A bit of an ear prick there as well. I think there's more in the tank. She's talented.
Yep, second win for the Connections after the brilliant Zeal earlier. This one was really impressive. Let's get back to Ali.
Very nice spare ride to pick up, Tom.
Yeah, look, she's obviously had a real good start to her racing career so far, and tonight was her biggest test. Look, we had a nice gallop to aim at, but I was really impressed with the way she picked up through them and went and ran down the leader going into the last sort of furlong and a half. She stays really well. She'll stay further. Obviously, she's shown that already, but she's not a slow filly and she loves the ground. I'd say she's only just getting to grips with really what her job is, which is exciting for the team.
Yeah, just her third start. And when you push the button, she really showed a bit of turn of foot as well.
Yeah, she did. She's, oh, baby. She's not bred to be fast, but up over these staying distances, she's got a good turn of foot, like you say, so hopefully she can utilise that as her weapon.
A nice big win again. Yesterday you took one of the Turf Series races, and just nice to fly into Bahrain and take some big races.
Yeah, absolutely. A good chance of getting one more in with South China Sea in the next, so be great to end on a winner.
Well done with Realm then, winning the Crown Prince's Cup for Bahrain bred horses. Well done to our top jockey, Tom Marquand.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. He'll be hopeful of winning the Derby as well. He's got the very well touted or highly touted South China Sea to come in our last race, but he's had 2 winners, the Bahrain Turf Club ambassador. That, the most impressive of the 2, I should say. I mean, Galatia doesn't appear to have done a lot wrong in second, does she?
No, she's come to win her race, hasn't she? And as often we see, ridden with patience, use that turn of foot and stamina late on, but she's just been beaten, I mean, by an emphatic winner. And Realm is a really exciting mare going forward, still lightly raced. Only this is her third start, we have to remember, but she's big. She's an imposing daughter of Nathaniel. She's done that extremely well, and what a team of mares and fillies MKM Racing have. You know, they won the Oaks yesterday. They've gone and won the Crown Prince's Cup for the Bahraini bred horses this evening as well, and yeah, really exciting for them going forward.
Yeah, there is your winner of race 7 today, top marketable for Ibrahim in the colours once again this evening of Mohammed Khalid Abdulrahim. Realm is a perfect 3 from 3.
Well, another win then for Mohammed Abdulrahman. Congratulations, regaining the Crown Prince's Cup trophy. You won it with Immortal 2 seasons ago. How good was Realm?
Yeah, she was fantastic today. I mean, she's very lightly raced. She won her first 2 races, stepped up in trip, and she did a wonderful job for us.
You had Jerusalema in there, who's got some great form, Oaks winner. And what were the thoughts with Realm heading into the race?
So, to be honest, we were more confident with Realm. We see her every day at work. She works fantastic. The team done fantastic with her, so yeah, we're delighted.
Another horse bred by your father. What does it mean for the team?
Yeah, it means a lot to him, and it means a lot to us as well. I'm a lucky owner to get such a good breeder giving me these nice horses, so well done.
She seems like she will stay if the King's Cup is the next target.
Yeah, I think that is the next target. She showed us today that she could stay, and yeah, that is the next target. I would be proud to win that cup as well.
It's been a very good festival for you. Well done.
Thank you very much, Abby.
They are a team for which they can really look forwards based on this. From Realm, you see widest to the right, Galatia. She could give no more by this point, but she has run her race. Phoenix, the other unbeaten horse, has finished a fairly remote 4th in the end.
Yeah, he's ran with credit, but up in grade has just found him out, possibly been a little bit outclassed there. Galatia, as we said, has ran a cracker. California has ran on late. Actually, never really got into a prominent enough position, and this probably isn't his best trip, but it certainly looked Realm's best trip. She was powerful to the line. She's a big mare, as you can see. Look at her there, pricking her ears just as she crosses the line. And look, this was an impressive performance. And yeah, it's been a successful couple of days. Tom Marquand with a few winners on the board. It's always good to see him winning when he comes over and makes these trips. And yeah, look, we've had close finishes.
Yeah.
But we've had some impressive wide margin finishes as well, and a bit of both for our two Crown Prince races as well.
Yes, indeed. And there's quite a lot to look forward to still, considering we've got the Bahrain Derby of 2026 in a few minutes' time. Let's confirm for you the result of our most recent race, which was the last of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's Cups. This for the domestic horses Realm, a very impressive winner under Tom Marquand, beating last year's winner Galatia. Midhal under Lewis Edmonds, he's had a fabulous 2 days, finishing in third. He didn't have a winner today, but a couple of his have run well, not least this one. Phoenix was further back in fourth, and California was back in fifth. Your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for race 7.
So we come to the trophy presentations for our 3 Crown Princes Cup races, and we're delighted to have His Royal Highness Prince Salman bin Hamad Al Khalifa here to present the trophy. And we start with the opening race. It was His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's Cup for Purebred Arabians, Purebred Bahraini Arabians, and the win went to horse number 1, the King's Cup winner, Tuwaisan 1844, adding the Crown Prince's Cup to his CV. Well done to our winning trainer Yusuf Aboanain and our winning jockey Abdullah Faisal. And Yusuf also collecting the trophy on behalf of the winning owners, Al Rifa. Tuwaisan 1844, the winner of our opening Crown Prince's Cup race for Bahraini Arabians. Moving on, we go to our Crown Prince's Cup for the imported horses. This is an international Group 3 race worth $200,000 US, and victory in the Crown Prince's Cup for imported thoroughbreds went to Sovereign Spirit. Well done to connections of Sovereign Spirit, our winning owner Ibrahim Alafu, our winning trainer Jabbar Ramadan, and last but not least our winning jockey Paul Mulrennan, and they'll be receiving the trophy there. And they'll also be receiving a Grand Seco timepiece from the Bahrain Jewelry Centre. So it was Sovereign Spirit, the brilliant winner of His Highness the Crown Prince's Cup for imported horses. So Sovereign Spirit flying the flag for Bahrain on the international circuit. Well done to Sovereign Spirit, adding the Crown Prince's Cup to the King's Cup he won last season. Well done to connections Jabbar Ramadan, Ibrahim Alafu and Paul Mulrennan. And that takes us on to our final presentation for the Crown Prince's Cup for Bahrain bred thoroughbreds, and victory went to Realm, the brilliant daughter of Nathaniel. Was ridden by Tom Marquand, trained by Hadi Ibrahim and owned by Mohammed Khalid Abdurrahim, and also bred by his father Khalid Abdurrahim. Realm was the brilliant winner of the Crown Prince's Cup for Bahraini bred thoroughbreds.
The trophy then conducted by the Crown Prince himself, along with Sheikh Issa. Sheikh Issa, but millimetres away from winning the Crown Prince's Cup with Cracks King earlier on, but Sovereign Spirit it was who held on for the most dramatic finish of the day. It was the biggest race of the day. It was great sport, wasn't it?
Absolutely. I was just seeing, I mean, we are literally looking at live shots. I'm hoping Tom Marquand is going to sprint down the stairs because he's about to get legged up on South China Sea. And this is a horse who has a massive chance of going in and winning the Derby here. So
he's got to go and change his silks.
He has to change his silks. The horses are in the paddock, and it won't be long before the bell goes off for jockeys to mount as well. So I hope Tom is sharp, got those silks ready, and he'll be back out into the paddock in no time to hopefully win the lucky last.
There's been quite a lot of positivity, it would seem, about South China Sea, who's one of a 6-strong field for this last race. Let's confirm for you the runners for the Bahrain Derby of 2026, which will bring down the curtain on the 2-day Crown Prince's Cup Festival. Barak will be one of the most popular selections, I'm sure. Neil Callan takes the ride. Cosmic Power, Benoit de la Sayette, who sits pretty in second in the Jockeys' Championship. 3 is Dick Dastardly. 4 is Istanbul, 5 is South China Sea, Tom Marquand, and Stefan Lejage takes the ride aboard Tomahawk, the maiden, after 6 starts. They are the 6 runners for the 2,000-metre Bahrain Derby. Darren Owen.
So let's have a look at the classic contenders, the runners in the parade ring then for the Bahrain Derby, our final race of this wonderful 2-day meeting. So over 2,000 metres, and we have a field of 6 to look at. So let's take a look at number 1. Barak was second to Phoenix last time. Didn't get the rub of the green, to say the least. That was Barak's only defeat so far. Winner of 2 races. Number 1, a leading contender, Barak. Number 2 is Cosmic Power, one of 3 representatives for Team Kubler. Benoit de la Sayette is in the saddle, was a winner last spring over 1,000 metres. That's Cosmic Power up in trip here, 2,000 metres. Moving on to 3, stable companion. Sorry, this is trained by Paul Smith. This is Dick Dastardly. Lee Newman is aboard Dick Dastardly. Now, this horse did notch up a sequence of wins, 2 wins on the bounce in October and November. Last time was behind stable companion Phoenix, beaten 5.5 lengths. 5 is South China Sea. Looking at the international markets earlier on, it was between South China Sea and Barak. South China Sea was just shading favouritism. This horse is the perfect 2 from 2 this winter, again climbing up in distance, but won well last time, won comfortably last time. And 6 is Tomahawk for Fauzi Nas and Stefan Lejage. Still a maiden, Tomahawk. The last run from Tomahawk was last week, over 2,400, but was well held in the race, won by Al Yatin. And there is number 4, Istanbul. So along with South China Sea and Cosmic Power, trained by Daniel and Claire Kubler, Ibrahim Nada is aboard Istanbul, who won earlier on this month by 3/4 of a length over this trip of 2,000 metres.
All smiles just before the Derby. Daniel and Claire Kubler represented with 50% of the field here. Cosmic Power to be ridden by Benoit de la Sayette, facing us with the white cap. The striped cap of Ibrahim Nada, that is Istanbul. And South China Sea. Tom Marquand changed pretty quick there in the first colours of Al Adiat Racing. This South China Sea, who bids for a hat-trick, bids to make it 3 from 4 in the career, and is a fascinating runner. The first horse that will be legged up, or we'll see, is Cosmic Power. Benoit de la Sayette, second in the Jockeys Championship. So we're about 3 minutes from post time, but after the trophy presentations to the 3 Crown Prince's Cups, perhaps a slight delay for our last race, which gives us plenty of opportunity to talk about it. Who's the first horse you'd like to talk about, Megan?
I think we've got to start with South China Sea, haven't we? One of, as you say, 3 for Dan and Claire Kubler and Al Adiat Racing. Now, Tom Marquand is in the saddle this evening, and this horse has been in pretty good form, hasn't he, since returning this year? He's 2 from 2. Stepping up in trip now to the 2,000, But I don't think that's going to be a problem.
No.
If anything, you'd think it may unlock further improvement. Tom Marquand was pretty positive about his chances for this last race this evening, and you know, he's going to be on a high, having just ridden a winner as well. And we've seen plenty of jockeys with multiple winners across this sort of festival, and Tom Marquand will be hoping he'll be able to get another one. And it was a quick turnaround, as we say. He's managed to really quickly get out, but it's one thing's for sure, South China Sea is not going to be going anywhere without his jockey. A strong colt who looks like he's only progressing with age and maturing, isn't he? But
and the extra 400 metres today, that would look a positive to my mind, at least.
I think it is. I think so. You know, the way he's physically developing would suggest that now he's strong enough to go up to that extra distance, and we could find more improvement in him.
So what a 3 for Al Adia Racing. That is South China Sea with Tom Marquand going out. I watched back the performance of Barak, who lost his unbeaten record last time when finishing second in a remote second to Phoenix, who ironically enough lost his unbeaten record in our previous race. Darren said the horse was unlucky. He was quite right to point that out, because the door got firmly shut on him over on the far side rail. Maybe he lacked the pace that Phoenix had, but he was a bit unlucky not to get a clear run.
Yeah, I think Barak is going to be our last horse to go down to the start by the looks of things.
Yes.
But he's, yeah, I don't disagree with you. The form, I suppose now we're going to be slightly questioning, with Phoenix being well held in our previous race. But with a smoother passage through, with that extra distance, could that be a help? Now, officially on ratings, he is the one to beat.
Yes.
But I suppose he has been slightly exposed, having been beaten last time. But he is going to be hoping for a bit more luck in running this time around.
He's the one to be on ratings, as you quite rightly say, and it's one of the top 2 in the market, along with South China Sea, who has 2 stablemates in this, those being Istanbul and Cosmic Power. Does anything else stand out as a profile going into this, or worthy of significant mention, perhaps?
Well, I think Istanbul we need to discuss.
Yep.
His form is a little bit in and out, but his win, or most recent one, well, his only win, I should say, did come over this trip. Last time he stepped back down to the 1800, and albeit he didn't really fire, stepping back up to the 2000, his winning distance, maybe he's the one that could bounce back. I just sort of felt like last time I was a bit disappointed. Maybe it wasn't him at his very best, but it was quite a quick turnaround on the back of that victory. Maybe it just came too soon. He's been given a couple of weeks to freshen back up. And Istanbul, the son of Golden Horn, maybe he's the one of the field that could just bounce back.
So to the top horse, Barak. It wasn't Neil Callan who was aboard back on the 9th of January when the horse had the door shut on him, but Neil will doubtless be aware that he doesn't want that happening again. So we shall see. Right, it's the Bahrain Derby, the last of the Crown Prince's Cup Festival. Let's get up to Darren with thanks.
The Bahrain Derby is upon us, sponsored by Bapco Energies, over 2,000 metres. Tomahawk goes in, the South China Sea moves into place. Stand by for the Derby. All in. They're off. Away they go for the Bapco Energy sponsored Bahrain Derby. In the centre is Barak, and right there Istanbul. The one on the wing to the extreme right is Cosmic Power, and South China Sea is in the mix. Tomahawk and Dick Dastardly are the last 2. So they're making the run to the back straight, and the first turn in the race, the new leader is Cosmic Power. It's Cosmic Power by around about 3 lengths. Istanbul second, followed by South China Sea third, Al Adia Racing and Team Kubler 1, 2 and 3, followed by Tomahawk, then Barak, and Dick Dastardly is last of all. Less than 1,400 to go, and it is Benoit de la Sayette setting the pace aboard Cosmic Power and establishes a very nice lead, a healthy advantage of around about 8 lengths at least over Istanbul, who's got the striped cap in second place. A length and a half away to South China Sea dark blue cap, dark blue and yellow silks of Tomahawk ahead of Barak, and last of all is Dick Dastardly. So it is Cosmic Power, less than 1,000 metres from home in the Derby, with a 10-length lead at least over Istanbul. And then the other stable companion, South China Sea. Tomahawk is on the inside running rail, followed by Barak, and Dick Dastardly is last of all. Now it's here that Cosmic Power comes under pressure now to try and maintain this advantage with 600 to go, but is still about 12 lengths clear. Turning in, Cosmic Power the leader. South China Sea is right alongside Istanbul. Barak is in the clear, then Tomahawk, followed by Dick Dastardly. 400 out, and it's still Cosmic Power, but being reeled in by both Barak and South China Sea, the big players, and it's Barak who's got the gears. Barak has quickened on. Dick Dastardly now moves into second. Cosmic Power is next. South China Sea is well beaten, and heading towards the last 100 metres, it is Derby glory for Barak and Neil Callan. Barak the winner. Second place goes to Dick Dastardly. Third, South China Sea, then Tomahawk, Cosmic Power and Istanbul. So victory there goes to Barak, who wins the Derby for Al Mohammedia Racing. Ali Abdul Majid, Neil Callan was an eye-catcher behind Phoenix, this horse, a few weeks ago. We're not getting the rub of the green. No mistake here. And by golly, did Barak go through the gears there for Neil Callan. Really stretched away inside the last 200 metres. But emphatic success in the Derby over Dick Dastardly. A good solid effort there, an honourable defeat from Dick Dastardly in second place, with South China Sea taking third ahead of Tomahawk. So provisional numbers in the Derby: 1, 3 and 5. First number 1 Barak, second number 3 Dick Dastardly, and third number 5 South China Sea. It's Derby glory for Barak.
Darren Owen, thank you very much indeed. There you go, Neil Callan, three-time champion jockey, puffing out the cheeks after Barak routed them in the Bahrain Derby to make it 3 from 4. He got stuck in a pocket last time as he lost his unbeaten record. Well, he's picked up with a win, and that was smart.
Yeah, right back to his best there, wasn't he? And I know he got in a bit of trouble last time, but we didn't see any sort of explosive turn of foot like this evening. I mean, that really was quite impressive when Neil Callan asked this horse to go and stretch and really pull clear of his rivals. He has done with ease. Switches his leads there coming into the final 200, and he has just motored home. I mean, the step up in distance has helped him as well, but look at him there, top on the ratings and by far top on quality this evening as well. I think Neil will be delighted to have got off the mark for the meeting in the Derby. It's taken a couple of chances and he's gone close on a few occasions, but this was a pretty impressive victory.
Look, the Phoenix form, beating this horse nearly 5 lengths last time. Barak finished second that day. Dick Dastardly, who has finished a clear third, or a clear second I should say, was third that day. So the form, for all that Phoenix went and got beaten in our previous race, it got some substance to it, hasn't it?
It's held up, yeah, absolutely. No, it really has. I mean, look, it was a different type of test than what we had in the Crown Prince's Cup last time, but Neil, he'll be absolutely delighted that Barak was here for the Derby in the best shape possible.
Let's hear from Ali.
Yeah, congratulations, Neil. The whole of the Al Mohammedia racing team coming out onto the track. You just said that's a good horse.
Yeah, it's nice to get one in the lucky last. We've had a frustrating 2 days, but you know, you always keep fighting, you keep trying. But when I watched this horse run the last day, he was a little bit unlucky in the Messi race, and I text His Highness. I said, please make sure I'm riding him in the Derby, because he'll win the Derby, no problem.
He showed some gears, didn't he?
He's got a really, he's actually like, he's still a little bit the unfinished article, but it's a lovely stamp of a horse. Got plenty of speed, got plenty of staying power. Yeah, I think as local breds go, I think he could be one of the best.
As you said, nice to get in the winners' enclosure. It's been a long couple of days.
Yeah, of course. Like, I mean, we're always spoiled here, but you know, you always just keep trying and hoping you turn the corner and you get one. And so, yeah, the lucky last is good, isn't it?
It sure is. Well done. Enjoy the celebrations then. One for Al Mohammedia Racing in our final race. It is the Bahrain Derby, a big one. Barak wins it for Neil Callan.
Yeah, and you could sense the relief there from the multiple champion, having drawn a blank prior to this. But the Derby, he said this was the Derby horse, and there you go. Proved it and then some. Coming back in the colours of Al Mohammedia Racing for Ali Abdul-Majid, it is Neil Callan who has won the Derby on Barak. The top rated in the race is now 3 from 4, and as Neil said, he could be one of the best locals. We shall see and watch with real interest as how this horse's career develops. The last of 17 winners across the 2 days. It's gone very quick.
It has gone quick, hasn't it? Yeah, we've had some great results and some exciting horses. I mean, this fella, you can see what Neil was saying. He's still immature. He's still got mentally improvement and growing up to do. Physically as well, he's going to get stronger. So there could be a big future for this horse. Like, clearly, look how much it means to the team. But just showing that little bit of immaturity Neil was explaining. Oh, mind out, don't get squashed. Neil's going to try and get this horse to stand up for a nice photo now. But no, it was an impressive victory. And lucky last, you wouldn't mind it when it's the Derby.
Absolutely not. Barak beats Dick Dastardly. South China Sea finished best of the Dan and Claire Kubler trains, 3 in the race. Just wonder whether the petrol gauge was running on empty a little bit. Didn't look to finish. Certainly not like this fella did. Your Derby winner is Barak.
Well, His Highness Sheikh Sultan joins me now. Big team photo there. It's been a long couple of days, I'm sure, for you. You've been knocking on the door. Great to get a big win, big Bahrain Derby win.
Yes, you know, Derby is important for us, and he's a homebred. And, you know, we thought of him as a good horse. So all the time, you know, he performed good performance at home. So thanks God, he did a great job here at the track, won the Derby, and we thank all the team, Al Mohammedia, the trainer Ali Abdul-Majid, and the jockey Neil Callan for all what they trained the horse and kept him ready for this Derby day.
Were you surprised with the margin of victory and the turn of foot he showed?
No, to be honest, we knows this horse that he does a great job, and he have a kick. But the last time didn't work out. This time it worked out. So hopefully he will be better in 1.5 miles next time in the King's Cup or the trial. We'll see with the trainer. And hopefully we'll enjoy with him this year.
Well done.
Thank you so much.
Well done to Team Al Mohammedia Racing. They've got a lovely horse to look forward to. And it sounds as though optimism will be high for when the horse hits 2,400 metres at the King's Cup Festival in the King's Cup, which you can enjoy with us on the 6th of March. It feels a long way off. It's not. 5 or 6 weeks away, and a load of the horses, Meg, that we've seen tonight will do battle once again.
Yeah, I think we could see plenty of, well, the last 2 days, we could see plenty of these horses meeting again in a few weeks' time, as you say. We've had the first of our Triple Crown meetings, and the Turf Series has been hotting up as well. So it's all been going on. It's been such an exciting couple of days, and what a way to end it.
OK, we've just had the Derby, and it's time now for the trophy presentation.
Yeah, we come to the trophy presentation for the Bahrain Derby, sponsored by Bapco Energies, and we're delighted to have Dr. Abdurrahman Jawahiri, the CEO of Bapco Refining, to present the trophy. Well done to Barak, our winning owners, Al Mohammedir Racing, and receiving the trophy, His Highness Sheikh Sultan Al Din Al Khalifa, his brothers, Sheikh Nada, Sheikh Ali, and Sheikh Noor. Well done to Al Mohammedir Racing, our winning trainer Ali Abdul Majid, and of course our winning jockey Neil Callan. Barak, the winner of the 2026 Bahrain Derby. Done.
And the result is through for the Bahrain Derby, the last of 8 races today. This is sponsored by Bapco Energy, and it was done over 2,000 metres. Barak won it, beating Dick Dastardly in second. South China Sea finished in third. Tomahawk was fourth. Cosmic Power finished in fifth. And the only one who, of course, is not on the page there, Istanbul. What a fabulous race meeting that was. The Crown Prince's Cup Festival from yesterday and the Turf Series today through the contests that we have enjoyed. Meg Nichols has been alongside for all 17 races across the 2 days. We've packed a lot in, haven't we?
We have. Yeah, we've had races over all distances. We've had a lot of quality on show, wide margin winners, tight finishes. It's been really good, and you know, yesterday I think one of the main things was the massive big field sizes. Today, slightly smaller fields, but slightly better quality.
Yeah.
And it's just been a great couple of days, and obviously I think in terms of our equine stars, we've got some exciting horses on show, not just to continue here in Bahrain, but also to use this as a platform to go internationally as well. So yeah, some proper stars have been, I suppose, born, because they're sort of starting to prove themselves, and I reckon we're going to see them keep going and progressing even further.
And you're right to point out stars. The likes of Zeal, the likes of Chandigarh, the likes of No Retreat up against Byline. They really did come to the party today. Let's have a look at the race that I just mentioned there, race 5, which was the Bahrain Mile, and No Retreat beating on the rematch between the pair, Byline, by a total of 4.5 lengths. £3 better off, Meg. And yes, Byline has probably not given his running, but this is a rapidly improving miler.
Yeah, this was a very impressive performance. The team were bullish prior to today, and you can see why. I mean, he really did impress today. Showed a great turn of foot, eased down towards the line by Callum Shepherd, and they've beaten a champion in Byline who knows this track so well. He's so effective around here. Do I think Byline quite fired at his very best? No, but let's not take that away from the winner, because he in himself was so impressive. He is improving, as you say, and I think that he's a horse that we're going to see going forward, going up not only through the grades here, but also back in Europe as well.
Well, that was interesting that George Scott, on a night that he's dominated, courtesy of the Crown Prince's Cup in years gone by, winning a different race on this occasion, he did mention the Queen Anne.
Yeah,
you know,
I'm not surprised. Round a bend as well is interesting to hear. George thinks he's more effective with the bend than a straight track. So if that is the case, then hopefully he is going to be good enough to go for the likes of the Queen Anne, maybe the Sussex. We've got so many exciting mile races, which we know are open. We had huge prize winners of our mile division.
Gift.
At Royal Ascot, at Goodwood. You know, it's exciting, and to have a horse that can start sort of that improvement here, take it back to Europe, it is so important for racing here in Bahrain, and it's not been going unnoticed, and George Scott's done it previously. He's going to hope that that sort of luck continues.
Right, on to the big one of the evening, His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince's Cup for the imported horses, which was run as race 6. The bird had flown, or had it? That was the big question at this point. Was Sovereign Spirit home bar the shouting? Cracks King frightened him, but Sovereign Spirit had done enough.
Oh, just. And now this was a proper finish, wasn't it? Sovereign Spirit left out in front after his pacemaker dropped away and was looking for a bit of company, but he's held on by a whisker to the fast-finishing Cracks King. They're going to likely meet again. When they meet again, it's going to be up in distance. Who's it going to suit more? I think just possibly Cracks King, but it will all depend on how much pace is in the race. I think this is really great for Paul Morenon, who's come over a couple of times this season to ride, to get the ride aboard Sovereign Spirit, who is an absolute favourite over here. To get the job done will mean an awful lot. So, look, this was a real thriller, and it was a competitive race. We expected a proper battle, and we got one.
Crown Prince's Cup winner this year, last year's King's Cup winner, first ever winner, as Meg rightly points out there, for Paul Mulrennan in the Kingdom of Bahrain. And that's actually been a bit of a thing as well. Lewis Edmonds has done really well this weekend. We know the talents of Ibrahim Nada, Tom Marken just coming on and winning races as he does. You know, it's been well spread out.
It has, yeah, absolutely. And we've seen, you know, riders that have had periods off the track, whether it's just here or whether it's because of injury or whatever. So returning with those winners is so great. And we've had, you know, riders from Dubai flying over, all over the world. So no, it's really cool.
Do you fancy some popcorn?
Bit behind us, apparently. Mbappe's got a bit.
But welcome, Kylian Mbappe. Scored in midweek as well. Right, let's just conclude with the race that we've just enjoyed. And Barak's outstanding success to rather announce himself as a local star in the Derby a few moments ago.
Yeah, this was an impressive performance from a horse that probably got a little bit unlucky last time, but also maybe wasn't quite at his very best. But at his best he was this evening. Neil Callan, he's been knocking on the door the last 2 nights, but he managed to get that winner in the Derby. That will be meaning an awful lot to him, and you can see there, big pat down the neck on a horse that's raw, still improving, and it sounds like he's going to go on to bigger and better things.
Yeah,
at least they're going to try.
I'll give an honourable mention as well to a couple of local stars on the up, 4 connections as well. Realm, she's worth following, 3 from 3. And what more do you say about Zeal? He needs to race against something that's not his own, if you will.
I think he's going to.
Yeah.
It sounds like connections are getting bullish and they're going to take the imported horses on. I love it. Why not?
Why not, indeed. What a super 2 days. Thank you very much. Anything else you haven't mentioned, or pretty satisfied?
I think I'm pretty satisfied. Well, what a couple of days it's been. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great to be back, and can't wait to follow the season as it continues and it keeps heating up.
Bye-bye. Thank you very much indeed. I haven't shared any popcorn. Thank you very much indeed for watching over the last couple of days, the Crown Prince's Cup Festival of 2026. And what a wonderful 2 days it has been. Bye-bye.